didn't realize.
Yeah, I don't have a coffee cup, but I have a bucket if you want it.
I mean, that works. That kind of works. Maybe
I'm so excited.
Be like a skin for like a giant. Make like a giant cup. That
Yeah,
works.
just a huge coffee cup. Perfect, man.
Bucket. Got a bucket of coffee.
Just a bucket of Joe.
Nice. Yeah. Can't start my day without a bucket of Joe.
Oh, thank you.
A stage.
What up, Micro?
Hello, Gamer. Hello, Dizzy. Sorry, guys, I'm still setting some things out. Da Vinci, thank you so much for the resub. I have turned off my stream elements sounds currently, so that you guys can only hear the clear art class. I really appreciate you for the resub. Can't believe it's been 6 months. That's crazy. All the cheers. Thank you. Hello, Vaz.
Uh-oh. Straight icon.
Hi, Peanut Butter.
Oh shit, you nerds are going down. Getting mad at
Everyone
it.
do slush
No!
it.
Where's my basket?
Oh, I don't even have a basket. Oh my gosh, there's so many eggs. That's insane. I think the more people there is, the more eggs there is. Crazy. Schnitzel is already working here. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm just gonna wait until everybody joins in. Art class will be streamed.
Monstera, quick question. Is there a way to zoom into special sections of the painting?
Yes.
Like
So
top left corner or something?
if you hold shift and you use right click, you are able to like pan your canvas.
Are you muted, Puppet?
Thanks so much.
No. Hi. Sorry, I was doing
Just
two
checking.
things. No, it's
Hello,
fine.
That's all good.
Nightshade.
I just
Are you
just
gonna be
making sure.
joining us?
No,
Are you
it's a
working?
good question because half the time I am.
Hello, Freya.
Did the egg hunt end? Oh, okay.
Still going.
I'll
Got a
mute
minute.
music when-
Hello, Dane.
Probably good they got it over with before class started.
Yeah, yeah, honestly.
Gosh, I definitely need another monitor. I'm trying to like fit everything on my screen. It's insane. Trying to move 7 things to fit on the same monitor. It's insane. And ever since OBS updated, for some reason you can't really change the width of it. So it's really taking such a big part of my screen.
I'm so sorry.
Hello, Schwartz.
No, you're not.
Take your
Don't
time.
lie.
Take your time.
You're
There's
right,
some
I'm not
lucky
sorry.
account
Give me
numbers.
these eggs. Give them to me.
Yeah, I've seen like people collecting 200 and
Woo,
more.
69, let's go!
You need a basket? got Beaver.
Tropicals.
Hey, Pokey. Hey, Luna.
Hello, hello.
Unfortunately not.
I take
I
the
got
back.
gotta find canvas
Oh.
now.
Oh my gosh, we have so many people here.
Sorry,
Happy!
my
Thank you so much
I'm
for
so
the
sorry I
ramen.
robbed eggs from you.
Appreciate you.
Someone
For
said
those
they
who
didn't
don't
have
know,
Where you at? Here
Happy
you go,
actually
Pokey.
started
I don't even
streaming.
want the eggs. I want to be top bunny.
So, give him a follow for all the future streams.
Here's some more eggs.
Great job with the painting, by the way. Okay, we'll wait a couple of more minutes. We have a few more people joining us. And for those who don't know, I won't be holding the art class on Discord. I'll be holding it on my stream. So over here is the link, and I posted it in chat for you guys to tune in. If you have ads, just let me know. I'll try to stop them or skip them, or we're gonna just do a little dance while we wait for the ads to finish, because I kind of don't know how to cancel them.
Okay, so this is something where I have to watch it on Twitch.
Yes.
here?
I really wanted to do it like on Discord as well, but it's just easier for me to talk without holding push to talk button.
Yeah. Okay, well, I am cheap. You have ads. So-
Or we will give you sub. Oh no. You are making an Easter maze on Jarvis? Oh, that's awesome. I have to come check out all the builds. Very excited.
Yep. But I get.
Yeah, let's just wait a couple of more minutes until everybody joins in. Japan, you made it.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm late as always.
Okay, how many Red Bulls did you have today?
None so far, but we're gonna work on the first, second, and third here in a little bit.
Oh my gosh, no.
I have had a Pop-Tart today though. Are you gonna chastise me for that?
A Pop-Tart? Wait. Where's my Pop-Tart? Look what I have.
You have one too?
Oh.
Hell yeah, there we go. I had one, but
Oh my gosh, that's
Trying to
so
find
cute.
mine.
Hello, MX. You are shrimply the best. That's so cute. What flavor? I am, I think I'm cherry. Frosted,
I don't know why she
frosted
doesn't speak.
cherry. That's so cute. And then this one is frosted wild berries, I think. And this one is, I think it's like carrot brown.
Yeah,
sugar
Pop-Tart
caramel.
Alliance.
Oh my god, sorry, I was
Fear the
eating.
Pop-Tarts.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
I'm glad you made it. Okay, let's see who's here.
You'll find it eventually, Luna.
We have, I don't know if
Yeah, so
Schwartz,
many
Schwartz is
X's.
here. Schwartz made it. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, we're gonna start in a bit. Everybody
Mr.
grab water, grab some tea, hydrate before we start, some snackies. Will VOD be available? It will be. I will be posting this on YouTube as well.
You like my new outfit?
Odo said you're copying her outfit.
Oh. Challenger.
Oh no, thank
Drip
you so much for
is
gifted to
finessed.
Sarah.
Okay, you're scary. You're scary, Olo. You did the Jason Voorhees walk on me, and it was kind of scary.
Hello, Jake. By the way, guys, I kinda apologize
on.
if I stutter or if my voice sounds weird. I'm a little bit sick, but I hope this will be okay for all of you. We're chilling. Perfect. Alright, everybody find a canvas for yourself. We will go through a little bit of talking first, and then we'll do some painting together. I will continue talking through stream, but if you guys have any questions, you can either like ask in chat or ask in global chat or just ask in voice. That's completely fine as well. But yeah, don't hesitate to ask any questions. I'll try to be as much detailed as I can with this, but yeah, I might like skip on something. I will be showing every every image on stream, and I can share with you guys the folder with the images later. So yeah, let's get started. I'll stop talking in game right now, and I'll continue talking in stream. Okay. All right. Well, welcome to the art class. This is my first art class in Rust, and I'm a little bit nervous. I haven't done this before. So I really hope that this will be as informative for you guys. I have chosen for my first class material study, as it's something that I personally enjoy studying, and I feel like it's something that a lot of people skip out on. And it's very important when it comes to sort of giving that last touch to our painting. So we will be talking about materials today a lot. So let me pull out my first like slide. This is like a PowerPoint presentation, you know. So first we'll do a little bit talking before we start with the painting, because we need to understand what are we even doing here today. So what are these material studies? When we are learning about anything, we have to sort of dissect things into smaller pieces. Like when you are learning the shapes, you are learning about geometry. When you're learning about human body, you are learning about anatomy. When you are learning about rendering, and especially rendering different kind of surfaces, you are learning about materials. So that is what we are going to be doing here today. We're going to be learning about materials. The reason why we do this is because every material is different. Every material has its own shininess to them, texture to them. They have a lot of different layers to them, and the light and the shadow reflect differently depending on the consistency of every material. So I will be showing you guys a lot of examples and trying to get this closer to everyone. How do we apply these material studies to our paintings? I'll be showing you guys a couple of examples which might like help you with the confusion here. But for example, this is a really good image made by Brian of some material studies that he did like before starting his illustration. It is something that we are going to be painting today. So on your canvases you can see that we have some spheres and we have some cubes, and we're gonna be painting together some things. So let me show you an example of a material study with it being applied to a certain object. So for example, Dong Jun, he's one of the incredible artists and a really good tutor as well, great teacher. He has an entire masterclass that is based on these material studies. And over here you can see, for example, the starting point of his sphere, then gradually adding some interesting elements like light, texture, reflection, and then using the knowledge that he gained while making this sphere over here, he applied it to this complex object. So like if he was learning about this reflection and the changes of the colors, and you see this like reflected light here, we will see that repeated in these in these shapes over here. And of course, to understand the sphere, we will go through the anatomy of the sphere later on, and we will be painting our own spheres together. So let me show you a couple of more examples here. These are really fun. I personally love doing these studies because they are just super fun to do. You start thinking about each material and the consistency of it. Is it gonna have sharp edges? Is it gonna have soft edges? What is the reflection of it? Is it like a wet material? Is it dry material? Like, these things are super, super fun. I love this one because it just feels like you took pieces of food and you like cut it into these blocks. But it's a really beautiful example of how, like, for example, this orange here has almost like a subsurface scattering where the light is going through the material. This is a really fun one where it's, you know, holding the shape of that toast, but also it shows how the toast is gonna look like when the light is shining on it. This meat material study here is incredible. I would personally use this when making like different kinds of monsters or something like that. Really, really fun. So over here we have example of like materials that are used in like building or different kinds of prompts and so on. I love doing material studies of like just most used materials like wood and metal, especially metal because we can find it, for example, in armor or, you know, guns. Since we are here in Rust, that is sort of what I will be focusing on. I will be focusing on explaining more to you guys how, for example, plastic works or tarp or metal, because that is what we most commonly paint here in Rust. So let me take some more examples here. So I've been showing mostly like these spheres and the cubes, but material studies can be done in honestly any kind of shape. We we are using spheres and cubes because they are easiest to work with. And we don't have to think about complex shapes, but if you want to sort of go in a little bit more advanced level, then you can create any kind of shape that you want, anything that you enjoy. It can be a Pookie Bear, for example. And you can create like Pookie Bear out of leather, Pookie Bear out of crystal, Pookie Bear out of wood, and so on. I would actually really love to see those kinds of examples. So if you guys want to take like a homework for yourself, you can definitely create something fun like that after this art class. Also, I'm gonna just quickly stop here and just say thank you, Odo, for all of the gifted subs. I really appreciate you. And Michael, thank you for the resub, and everybody who followed. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Class just started and we already get homework. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy with me. We just homework right away. But here, for example, we have also a really good study of different kinds of crystals, and this artist Dinesh, they turned it into a cube, trying to understand it, how the shape would look like if we put it minimally into the cube, and then created like a study of those materials as well. Really, really fun practice. I have done these so many times in my life, and I just always enjoy them. Let's see another example. So this, for example, is I think I said example so many times. I hope nobody is doing the drink every time Monstera says example. So here we can see a really good preview of a sphere and the cube, and how it's applied to a complex shape like this X. This is beautiful, beautiful. The light is coming from like above in all three examples, and I just love how this artist has made these studies. Then we have a very complex reflective material over here. Really incredible studies. And here it shows just how different something can be. Just taking this armor and turning it into different materials. This is a really, really fun study. It's something that I've said earlier, like you guys can take a Pookie Bear and create like you know, a stone version of Pookie Bear, or like ice version of Pookie Bear. Odo. Odo, thank you for gifting subs to absolutely everyone. You're insane. I appreciate you. The middle section is definitely for Luna. Yeah, like look at these colors. This is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I need to study these materials and reflections because they're insane. But yeah. More examples. So let me show you how I implement these materials in my paintings. Over here we have 3 paintings that I've done in the past, and for example we have the hazmat suit, plastic tarp material, and the reflections of it. Here we have the sphere that I did from like earth, or the reflective material of this like glass chest plate. This painting was super complex. it took me almost 12 hours during the charitable, but this is like a good example of a lot of different materials like metal, like tarp, like wood. So you can see how things are differently reflected in here. Some materials have much more reflection, some are much more like softer or more rough, or like these like small little highlights that really make change in the material that we are presenting here. Let's see the question. How can I apply this concept in drawing? Does it come down completely to shading? I have no idea how to rely the texture in my head when I have no access to colors. I see. So you don't always have to create these material studies before you start painting something. It's completely up to you to use it as a practice, and when you do, you start understanding each material more. You start like thinking, oh, is that Jack? Hello, Jack. We are doing an art class. You want to join us?
This looks completely different. The hell? Hello.
If you want to
Have I
join
missed
us,
any? Have I missed some?
you can
Yeah,
tune
hell
in.
yeah.
I'm
A
streaming
little
the
bit
art
late.
class, so you can check it out.
Oh,
That's
damn.
why we are all silent, sorry.
Oops. Interrupted.
Yeah, join in.
Interrupted.
All good. Jack
Yeah,
is here. Jack
hell
is awesome.
know him.
I'm so glad he's here.
Ah. Yeah, I
So
didn't
what we're gonna be doing here, we are going to go
Hello.
through a little bit of theory, but I will also teach you guys how to think
Don't let me stop
about
you.
these
Carry on.
things
Get to work.
and how you can pay more attention to what each material is. So I will try to teach you guys not how to copy
one?
things, but how to understand things. I think that is
Cool.
more important than anything. We are here to understand how things work. So we don't have to make this like
Are you on
super
Discord?
perfect ice material or super perfect metal material, but we will try to while we're painting think, okay, where is this light coming from, where is this shadow coming from, how much is this material wet, for example, or how much is this material reflective, for example. We could, of course, just look at the picture and try to replicate it, but I always want to go with asking yourself questions. Why? Why is this like that? Or why does this function like that? So when you start painting something, for example, I don't know, this brass material here, or like rusty material, I will ask myself, okay, this is a metallic like material. Is it painted? Is that paint going to be shiny, or is it gonna be dull? Are we like under sunlight? Is the sunlight going to affect that metal? Are we somewhere in a neon room? Is there like a pink neon light that is coming? So when you're painting, it's always good to ask yourself many questions. And the more questions you ask yourself, the more it's gonna be easier for you to understand why is there more light on something, why is there less light on something. And as always, if you're like not if you get lost and you don't know how to paint wood, or you don't know how to paint glass or something, look up the references. Check out the photos. Grab a glass from your kitchen. Look at the things and try to like dissect them into pieces in your head. Try to understand what you're looking at rather than trying to get a direct copy of it, because that's gonna help us with the thought process. We're not here to make something look super realistic. We are here to understand how things work. So before we start painting anything, you guys can see how these spheres look really beautiful, really 3D, how the light looks almost perfect. And why does this sphere has so many values to it? So I will introduce you guys with the sphere. The sphere is something that is a fundamental thing to the light and understanding of the light. And the light is something that is, well, basically everything when it comes to creating a shape or getting the color right. So I know this looks very scary at first when we look at this image. There's so much text here, there are so many parts of it, but imagine this like an anatomy of the sphere and the light. Like, where are the legs, where's the head, where are the muscles, and so on. So obviously the main thing about the sphere is the light. If we had no light in this image, obviously the image would just look completely black, right? But the moment we add the light, there's going to be an area where that light is gonna be the strongest. So the area where the light is gonna be the strongest is called highlight, and the highlight is around here. So this is where our light is hitting this sphere, right? And depending, obviously, if the sphere is like a reflective material or not, there's gonna be like a little dot or like a bigger dot depending on the material, where it's the most brightest part of that sphere, and it's called specular. But we don't have to go into details. We don't need to know all of the names of these parts. The halftone is this area that sort of goes into gradient towards the shadow. That is usually gonna be the biggest part of the sphere, depending again where the light is coming from. For our practices, we will just do that light is coming from this side, so it's just easier for us to see all these parts of the sphere. The core shadow is where it's gonna be the darkest. And now, I know it's a bit confusing, because it feels like if the light is coming from here, then the darkest should be here, right? Which is wrong. Because every object has a reflected light. Every object is getting the light from the every object is getting light from the reflected light that is bouncing back onto the object. So, like, for example, you guys have seen a million times where some painter is painting something and then there are these beautiful blue tones on the character or on the prop, and that is the reflected light of, like, for example, the sky or the sea, or there's gonna be some green color on the armor because the soldier is, or the knight is standing in the forest. So this reflected light is basically going to be picking up all of the colors around the object. So if, for example, our floor here was pink, let's imagine it's pink. I'm not in Photoshop, so I can't make this perfect. But this reflected light would be like very, very soft pink like this. And because of that reflected light, this middle part over here is going to be the darkest, because we have light source coming from this side, and we have a very, very, very soft light source coming from here. The next light that is really fun, and it's always fun to add it to your paintings, but not go overboard with it, because I've seen a lot of people like going super overboard with it, is the rim light. The rim light can really help your character or your prompt or whatever you're painting pop out from that environment. So because the light is sort of embracing this entire sphere, it's falling like behind this sphere as well, it's coming in front, there's going to be a light on the edge, because the sphere is obviously like round object. We're gonna be seeing this rim light here, which is usually very, very strong, but we want to keep it as minimal as possible. If we made this rim light super strong like that, it would sort of lose its purpose. But I will show you guys later like examples of how to add that rim light and so on. Obviously we have the shadow of the sphere. I'm not gonna go super into details of this shadow, but basically if we have light that is falling from this side, I can't erase this red thing right now, maybe I'll just press cancel, yeah. The beauty of Rust. If we have light that is coming from this side like this shadow, I can't pull this lines, but this shadow is going to be the length of the object here. Like this. And the diagonal from where the light is coming from. And again, the darkest part of the shadow is going to be closest to the object, and it's going to gradually get softer and brighter the further it goes down. So that's the anatomy of the sphere. Embrace the darkness. I'm going to send you guys the link in chat of the sphere so you guys can have it as a reference. I will leave it here on the canvas. And I'm going to pull out this reference sheet here. And everybody should have this reference sheet in front of you. Before we start, I also want to show you guys another example of the sphere, for example. Example of the sphere, for example. Yeah, I'm just saying that example a million times. We have this beautiful showcase of how these spheres look like when they are differently reflective. Like, the more metallic the sphere is, the more you will see it look like a mirror. And this roughness is basically showing the wetness of the object. So metallic is showing metallicness, and roughness is like the wetness of the object. Metallicness is like reflectiveness of the object. And you can see, for example, this one looks like a mirror almost, and then here somewhere in the middle it could sort of go towards plastic, This one could go maybe towards pearl and so on. This is really cool chart because it shows a great example of how the materials change their presentation in terms of like reflectiveness and shadows and highlights, because wood is never going to look like this. Wood is going to look like something like this, or if it has, for example, some kind of waxy surface on top, maybe it will go towards this. Obviously we said pearl. Pearl would be something here. I don't know, maybe some kind of fruit that has a lot of moisture in it. It would probably be something like this, and so on. So this is a really, really awesome chart. I'm gonna also send you guys the link to this chart. And I also wanted to show you guys this. Oh, it's a bit squished image, but it's okay. We saw our sphere in black and white, but this is a really great example of the sphere in different color and it being on a different colored table. So this is like I showed you guys before. This is showing how like this pink color from the table would reflect back on the sphere and color it in this like little beautiful pinkish tone. This shadow is beautifully dark blue because it's picking up this color from this blue sphere. And we have the highlight here, we have the halftone, which is this part of the sphere again. We have the core shadow, which is this darkest middle. The shadow is just like a regular shadow that goes towards the reflected light. And the only thing we don't have here is we don't have the rim light, which we talked about earlier, which would be somewhere like around here. And we have the cast shadow that has this beautiful gradient going from this blue towards pink over here. Really, really great example. I will leave this as well here on the stage. Alright, I think it's painting time. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them right now. But we will all start with making this gray sphere. Right? If there are no questions, let's prepare for painting. So, we will be doing 4 materials today. First one is going to be the sphere that we're all gonna be doing together. And then the second, the third, and the fourth is up to you guys. Or you can follow the ones that I'm gonna be showing. So you can either do your own material or you can do the material that I'm doing on stream. I will be showing the reference and sharing the reference for those who want to follow the same one as I am. Or, you know, feel free to do any material that you like. I can also send you guys this this sheet, or you can just download it to your desktop if you want to do more material studies after the class. Alright, I think it's Pokey I can't really like control players. I don't want to interrupt players in their own environment. So, but if Poke is gonna bother you guys during class, just let me know. Okay, so let's start with the light. The light will be coming from this side, and it's gonna be the easiest one for us because we have already seen the we have already seen like the example of it. So let's start with a big size second brush, and let's lower the opacity a bit down. All good, don't worry guys. We're all chill here, honestly. What I like to do here in Rust, because we are learning how to draw these things in Rust, is we obviously don't have layers, and we don't have lasso tools like we have in other softwares. So what we have to do here is we have to use color picker, eraser, and just work around in a way. It took me a while to rewire my brain when I started painting in Rust, because I'm very much used to, you know, layers and okay, I'm just gonna select a sphere and lock the layer and then paint inside of it. But it doesn't work that way in Rust. It works differently. So when I'm doing any kind of like soft shadows or soft highlights, it's really hard to make it in small size and then sort of try to keep that consistency and softness. So it's really okay, completely okay, to draw outside the lines, which is why I created these objects for you guys, so it's just easier for us in the beginning now. So it's not too much pressure on the class to make the perfect circle. But it's completely okay to draw outside these lines. So let's first color this sphere in a neutral gray. I'm gonna put the size like somewhere in the middle, opacity all the way up, and let's color it in this like neutral gray. We will be treating this as like a main color of the sphere. And it doesn't have to be perfect, really. It doesn't have to be pixel perfect. Nobody is gonna judge us. We can go overboard. We can go over the lines. Oh, you can do it in any color that you want, Luna. You can do it in pink, purple, yellow, any color that you guys want. I'm just gonna be doing it in neutral color, so it's easier, but feel free to choose any color that you want. Because again, we're gonna be using the knowledge that we got from the anatomy of that sphere, and we're gonna be applying it to this sphere. This is like a base coat, yes. It's if you would like put the most neutral light towards the sphere, what color would that sphere be? So I'm just gonna be using gray, but you guys feel free to do any color that you like. Also, don't forget to drink water. Don't forget to take breaks if you need them. If I'm too fast or too slow, let me know. I can slow down or get or work faster, whatever you guys prefer.
Yo, who's shooting? That's not on, right? Trying to draw here.
And don't forget to save. Always save. You can press Ctrl S to save, or you can just press save changes here, or you can press save up
What
here.
color?
Difference between save changes and the save over here is that save over here is not gonna kick you out of the canvas, and save changes is gonna kick you out of the canvas. So that's a really cool change that they have added for all of us. So we're gonna add the light. Let's pretend that that light is white, for
What?
example. So I'm gonna make like a medium size here, lower opacity, because the lower opacity is gonna help us with picking up that color. And for those who don't use shortcut for the color picker, we have a command. In F1 menu, you can paste this text, bind left alt, which is something that I am using. So I have my color picker on my left alt. If I press alt, it's gonna switch to color picker. You're gonna be holding alt to use the color picker, and it will pick the color. That really like made my painting so much faster. A lot of people ask me like, how do you switch to color picker that fast? And it's because of this command. This works in all servers. Yes, it is a default Rust thing. So if you bind it once, it should stay as your keybind on any server. As long as you don't uninstall your Rust or something. Yeah, you can bind it to any key. I personally used Alt because it's just the default one in Photoshop and any other painting programs. And the reason why we added Alt Look is so you can still use Alt for that, you know, when you hold Alt and you look around. So yeah, let's go back to that light. So we're gonna start adding this light gradually on the top of the sphere over here. Again, use bigger brush. It's so much easier to blend it, and don't be afraid of going over the lines. It really doesn't matter. We're gonna clean it up later. So as you guys can see, this is what I did. If you hold your brush down or your mouse down, it's going to create this one soft layer of it. But then when you go again, it's gonna slowly start adding more saturation, more color to it. Could you turn off the rain? It's a bit loud. Yeah, sure. Let me just put the light and the rain to like no rain. There we go. I still hear it. Maybe like this. There we go. Okay. So we want to gradually build this light here. So first, like my first stroke was this big, and then it gets smaller, and then it gets smaller. Did you use white or light gray? I used white. White, but very, very low opacity. So again, my first brush stroke was like this big. And then the next one was smaller and then smaller. And that's how we like very, very softly, gradually build up that light. Again, don't be afraid of going over the lines here. It's just gonna make it so much softer. If we use like this very small size and we started filling this in, we would get frustrating trying to, you know, color all of it, so don't be afraid to use big brushes. Again, I'm trying to focus to have this area here the brightest that we can. And it's okay, be patient. Just very, very slowly build up that highlight. Also try to think of the shape that we are doing here. So we are obviously not going to be painting it like this. Our brush strokes are gonna look more like this because we are following that shape. So we are doing this movement with our hand. This. Not this. Definitely not this. So this is the movement of your hand. Become one with the sphere. Yes. It absolutely, of course, depends on the light angle. Right now we chose this one. So I'm going to gradually make my brush smaller because we are getting to that lightest part of the sphere. This is where the light is gonna hit the hardest. And again, I'm sort of going back and forth because I don't want to make this area like a big white dot. I just want to very, very slowly get to that brightest point of it. May the tone be with you. Potato, thank you so much for the raid. Hello everyone. We are doing an art class, so welcome everyone to the art class. We are painting some spheres over here. Appreciate you all. I hope you had a wonderful stream. And Blizzard, no way. Everybody came for the art class. Blizzard, thank you so much for the raid.
Oh.
You guys are crazy. Thank you. I can't give you a shout out because I just gave Potato a shout out. But everybody give some love to Potato and Blizzard. I appreciate you guys. I turned off my stream element sounds because we're doing the art class and we're gonna be uploading this later on YouTube for everybody who missed out on the art class, but I really appreciate you all. Thank you. Let me just quickly show what we are doing here for everybody who joined in. So we are doing a Rust art class in Rust, obviously, and we are learning how to paint materials. So we will be learning how to paint like metal and wood and brass, and we have had like a little presentation of how those material studies look like and how people apply them to different objects. So over here we were learning about the anatomy of the sphere and the light, and currently we are all painting our own spheres over here. So everybody's working hard. As you can see, these spheres are looking beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So many people. I didn't even realize there's so many people. I'm very nervous right now. Everybody's doing amazing. Okay, so let's continue. We have added the half tone over here. So this is our half tone. We have added our highlight over here, which is our most brightest point. Now let's work on that shadow. So like we mentioned before, the core shadow is gonna be the darkest part of that sphere, and it's sort of going to be on like 1/3 of this sphere. So if the light is coming from here and the reflective light is coming from here, our core shadow is gonna be in this area. So let's make this size of the brush somewhere like a little bit smaller, like that. Opacity low, and let's add like this beautiful little ring around our sphere, somewhere around this area. I think my brush is way too strong in the opacity. As always, feel free to go back and forth. It's okay, you don't have to make that brush stroke perfect right away. You can go back and forth until you figure it out. I go back and forth all the time. Again, we don't want to go overboard. We are again doing the circle motion around the sphere, and we are adding this dark here. If you, for example, are not happy with your like your layer, you can color pick by clicking Alt or whichever button you used for color pick, and you can go back and fix those halftones like this. Again, we don't want the core shadow to go super black. We want it to be sort of like in between, going towards dark but not too crazy. Depending again which color of the sphere you guys did. Obviously, if you made like a red sphere, you're gonna be using sort of like this dark red color for your shadows. And if you are using different kind of colored light, or if you're using colored floor, then obviously the colors are gonna be different. Right now we're using just a regular white light. In Your Face said, "My wife joined. I'm so excited for her to meet you all." Oh my gosh, I'm very excited as well. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for bringing your wife. Okay, so let's add the reflected light. So we're gonna be using again white color because we're gonna be pretending like this table here is white. I'm gonna use like a semi-smaller size and very low opacity, and we're gonna add that reflected light over here in this bottom corner. Very, very small opacity. We don't want to go overboard. We don't want it to look like a line, so we just want it to look like a very soft highlight from this side. Not too strong. Very, very, very gentle. Like this. And we don't want to lose that core shadow, so if you have to go back to fix it up, it's okay. You just color pick it and you fix it up a bit, like so. The last thing that we need to add on the sphere is the rim light that we're gonna add in the corner of the sphere. I'm gonna use this white color, and again, this rim light is gonna be the strongest in one point. So for example, this point is going to be the strongest, and then we're gonna gradually lose it as we go towards the edges. Imagine it as looking at the moon. So when we are looking at the moon, let me make a pancake here. So this is our moon. Let's imagine it's very yellow. And then we have okay, that's sun, sorry. And then we have the moon that is coming like in front and creates the eclipse, or a shadow of the moon creating like this crescent moon, or that is what we want to have here in the rim light. So we're gonna make like a little crescent moon. I'm gonna do the opacity very low and the brush very low. And we're just gonna follow this edge and slowly build it up. Like so. You're wonderful. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. I hope I am explaining things well. And again, you can go back and color pick and help yourself fix things up. And before we add the shadow, I want to fix the background. So I'm gonna put the opacity all the way up, and let's color pick somewhere from the middle of the canvas over here to clean up all of this that we went over the edge of the sphere. So you can see here just how much how much light we added. So once we clean up these edges, our sphere is really gonna pop out. The best part, yes, this is like taking off the masking tape, for example. The rim light is so hard. Just go very soft. Do very, very soft opacity and slowly build it up. It doesn't have to be perfect right away. Just gradually, slowly build it up. So I'm gonna make it bigger here on purpose. So I started with really soft opacity, and then the more brush strokes I add, the stronger it's gonna be. And then you can slowly rise up your opacity, add a little bit more. If you're unhappy with it, you color pick this edge, you fix it, you get it a bit softer. Like so. So just to make this a little bit more fun, let's pretend that our table is purple. So if we lower the opacity and increase the size and just gently add the light here, it's gonna make this sphere much more interesting. You guys may choose any color that you like. If you're already making a purple sphere, maybe you can make it blue or something like that. Just for the fun of it. And now let's add the shadow beneath. It's a bit hard again because we don't have we don't have layers, but the shadow is gonna follow the object. We can do very, very soft opacity to sketch it out. So if our light is sort of falling here, like this, it's going to create this sphere under. And again, you are using very low opacity. This is how we sketch. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay if it's going over this cube. We're gonna be painting over it. There are no rules. You are making your own canvas comfortable for yourself. Nobody is watching, nobody is judging you. It's for your own practice. Again, like, I didn't do this oval shape right away, ellipse shape right away. I took my time, I sketched it out slowly. It's not perfect, but it's gonna work, so don't feel pressured to make something work right away. It's never like that. It's really never like that. Whenever I'm painting, I always start with the sketch. You will never really see me painting portraits like, you know, this. I will start by gradually building it up, changing it into shapes, into geometric shapes, and thinking about how I'm gonna build it. It's like making, you know, things out of Legos, so take your time. Just build your shapes slowly, in any way that is comfortable for you, because again, we all paint differently. Some people are printers. Some people can just, you know, create a perfect line art of something. So it's all how it's most comfortable for you. There's no the perfect recipe for every person. So for this shadow, our darkest point is going to be under the sphere itself, over here. It's sort of like our ambient occlusion of the sphere. If we were doing this, for example, in Photoshop or any other painting software, you would just use lasso tool to create the shape, lock it, and then just make the big size brush and sort of, you know, like create that gradient without thinking about anything. Again, I am using big size brush here to get the soft shadow that is going towards this edge. It doesn't matter, we're gonna fix it up later. It's okay. It's okay to go over the lines. I could actually mute the steps if it's game sounds. Here we go. Can you tell us how do we know what size that shadow has to be? So depending again, okay, let me draw it here. So if we have a sphere over here, and the light is coming from here, for example, the best way and the easiest way to understand this is if you just literally pull the lines like this towards the object. Obviously, light always spreads like so, right? It's gonna be the strongest depending of, are you using spotlight or are you using the omni-light. Like omni-light is the sun, and so omni-light is sun, and spotlight is like a light bulb that is sort of just sending light in one direction. So let's, for example, think that this is a light bulb over here. So if you pull these lines like so, you will see how the light strokes here are obstructed by the object. So if you push these lines here, you're gonna basically get the shape of the object. It's a bit hard to think of it in 2D space, but if you think of it in 3D space, you are gonna get this like shape. It's kind of hard to explain, but you are following the object shape. Like for example, when you know those little like objects that have a lot of little needles in them, and then when you push your hand into those needles, they sort of create like a shape of the hand. Well, think of it as if those little needles are these sunstrokes, and they are kind of following the shape of the sphere. Yeah. So if, for example, this light is over here and the sphere is over here, somewhere here, these light rays are gonna be longer, like this. It's really hard for me to pull the straight lines. And then obviously this shadow is gonna be so much longer because of these light rays that are coming from this side. And the further the light is, the softer this shadow is gonna be. So for example, if this light is close to the object, it's gonna be very, very dark. But when this light is further from the object, the shadow is gonna be so much more lighter. And especially the lightest over here. So I hope that explains like how long a certain shadow is supposed to be. All right, perfect. I'm glad that I managed to explain it somehow. Also, hello Metson, really nice to see you here. We're doing an art class on material studies. So I'm just gonna sharpen up my shadow over here. Again, also some people have asked me before, how do you know if the shadow is sharp or soft? Again, it really depends on the light source. Usually if it's spotlight and it's very close to the object, it's gonna be sharpest in the area where it's closest to the object. And the further you go from the object, it's gonna be softer and it's gonna be lighter. Oh, egg hunt. You guys wanna go hunt some eggs? No, no hunting eggs. Okay. Egg break. well, we have been at this for about 1 hour. I think it's okay if you guys take an egg break or if you guys take a minute or two to drink some water and do some stretches. Don't forget to do the stretches. It's very important. Get your blood flowing in your body. Breathe in some air.
Get the mix. Get the mix.
Tea? Oh my gosh, my tea is I forgot about it.
Third
I
place.
started brewing it before the stream and I
Tony
completely forgot
Bronze.
about it.
Go, 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 go.
Stretches and snackies, yeah. I'm actually gonna refill my water. I'll be right back. What did I miss? Mons, you can peep at mine. I feel like my top is just too bright. Okay, let me take a look. This is looking amazing. It looks really good. You can soften up this transition here, but it's looking really, really great. Yerba is doing amazing. Slowly building up that shadow. Japanter is doing insane. Really, really great job. A little bit longer shadow here. Tiny bit. MX, this is perfection. Great job. Amazing. Sage, doing absolutely awesome. Love the reflected light. This is looking so great. Key, I don't even doubt it. Key is nailing it. This is really great. Amazing, amazing job. Beautiful blue light. Let's see who's over here. Not sure who's doing this one, but it's looking amazing. Incredible. Schwartz, oh my gosh. Schwartz is just, I don't even have, Schwartz should be the teacher, not me. Insane. Huino, nice. Starting the sphere. Don't forget to save. Sanitas, amazing job. Micro, incredible. You guys are nailing this. This is looking so good. Oh my gosh. Schnitzel, insane. That is beautiful, beautiful pink reflected light. Really great. Was pixel perfect. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Arlu, insane. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love this. Already implementing it into new shape. I love it. So, so good. In your face, doing already cube. Amazing job. Don't forget about the shadow. Doing so good. I'm so proud of everyone. Over here we have Luna with beautiful purple sphere. such an amazing colors. And Jack is making amazing green one. Let's go, Jack. You got this. Pocky. Wow. Pocky is doing like a beautiful earth sphere. This is really amazing. Great job. It's looking so good. So excited. Everyone's doing such a great job. I'm going to give a few more minutes for everyone to work on the sphere, and then we will be working on... Let's work on another sphere, because it's just gonna be easier for us to repeat the thing. So repeat the knowledge, repeat that highlight, halftone, core shadow, rim light, cast shadow. We're just gonna repeat our recipe for the sphere. And then we're basically gonna be using that on the cube as well. But I feel like it's gonna be easier for us to make another sphere. Teacher is doing a good job. Thank you. Thank you. Cube is eating the sphere shadow. Yes. I'll add like a light to it. Like the shadow would actually look like here, like this, because it's sort of like climbing up this object. Just going to give everyone a little bit more time. Someone opened Red Bull. No room for that reflected light. Oh. Yes, it will be on YouTube. You covered 70% of sphere with light already? Oh, you can always sort of like color pick and build it back a bit. You just have a little bit more light on it than the rest of us, and that's okay. Would I recommend drawing with a drawing pad? So for each person it's different. For me personally, I enjoy drawing with a drawing pad because it just gives me much more like freedom with the brush strokes and everything. It feels more natural for me because I also draw outside of Rust. You can obviously use mouse, but honestly, if you do plan on buying a tablet, you can start with the cheapest one. You don't have to go with expensive ones. You don't have to go with like expensive tablets that have screen. Obviously, everybody prefers different kinds of tablets. I just have the regular Intuos Pro and I've been using it for the past, I don't know, 12 years probably. I'm very comfortable with it. But again, for each person, it's different. Like Odo here just said, she doesn't like how disconnected the tablet feels. Some people never get used to it, and then some people get used to it after a week or a month. It's obviously never going to be easy in the beginning. For me personally, when I switched to tablet, it was very difficult in the first week. My brain was just very confused as to what is happening. But the more you force yourself, the more you practice, it's just gonna eventually become very, very natural to you. So it really depends on your preferences, but if you do want to draw a bit more regularly, feel free to just try out the cheapest one. If you don't like it after some time, you can always sell it, and yeah. Would picking black with low opacity and working backwards help for the light? Yeah, definitely. The main sphere color, try to think of it as like an eraser almost. All right. I think we can slowly move on to the next sphere. So the next sphere that we're gonna be doing is brass study. For example, I use a lot of brass, especially in Rust when I was drawing these divers, or when I was doing this like rusty backpack water jug here. You will see a lot of rusty oxidized brass slash like copper and things like that in Rust because of the materials that they are using. So because we're in Rust, we're obviously gonna be doing materials that we most often see in Rust. So let's start with the brass one. Like always, it's always good to find yourself a reference. Again, you guys can do any material that you like if you wish, or you can do brass like I'm doing brass right now. So if you guys want to do orange, if you want to do silk, if you want to do gold, it's up to you, as long as you follow the same principles. And while I'm painting this, I will try to explain to you guys my thought process behind it, the questions that I'm asking myself when I'm doing this, and so on. So I hope that sharing my thought process behind this and the questions will help you guys also learn how to ask questions yourself while you're painting. Yeah. Thank you, Lamb, for the bits. Appreciate you. Okay, so I have a reference of sort of this like a brass ring here. I think this is a really great reference because it has both like shadow to it, it has highlight to it, it has the oxidized parts, it has these like rusty parts. It has a lot of color variety to it. I think this is gonna be a really, really fun study. Okay, so again, of course, depending on which object we chose, if you guys are doing some other object, or if you're doing this one, first question we always ask ourselves is obviously, what is our base color? What is our base coat? So for this brass, let's think of it as some sort of like between yellow, brown, orangish. I am trying to mix the color here. So the way I mix these colors is I lay out just like you would do in real life. Like you would put the dark brown, you would put the lighter brown, you would put the orange, and what I do is I sort of make the opacity a bit lower. I use the color picker, and I'm gonna be using like I click on these colors in between here to create a new color. So that's how we mix colors. I know that most of you guys are here already like intermediate level and you know how to do it, but I will try to give as much information as I can here. So I'm going to try to get this sort of almost like mustardy brown color. And it's gonna be my base color. So I mixed sort of like brown with orange with a little bit of yellow to get this mustard color. That's gonna be my base color. And here, even though when we look at this reference, it looks like the majority of this material is like this green oxidized color, right? But what I'm thinking is I want to start drawing this material from its origin. I want to think of it as how did it look like before it even oxidized? And also when I'm thinking about this material, I'm trying to immediately think, okay, is this metal? Is it gonna be reflective? Is it gonna be wet? Is it gonna have some strong highlights, or is it gonna be like very muted material? Again, because this is Rust, we have to think much more ahead than how we would think in other softwares. There are no layers, so when we are painting anything, we are sort of painting from something that is furthest away from us. That's why when I'm doing any kind of painting, I always start with the background. I start with the base color that is gonna be in the back. And if you guys noticed on these sheets, I didn't use white background, I used gray background. And the reason for it is so we can actually have the white color stand out and the black color stand out. One of the things when I'm painting, I will almost never use pure white or pure black. Because those colors can very easily take over the canvas. If I'm gonna be using them, they're probably gonna be some sort of rim light or some sort of like darkest point, or maybe even an outline. And even outlines I sort of do in like super dark gray rather than black. If you do everything in super light colors, then you will never get that strong highlight. But if you sort of reserve that spot, like you reserve that spot to be the brightest white, then that part is gonna look so much more brighter than it actually is. You're gonna be creating the illusion of it. I have to drive home from work. Hope I can participate in the next class. It's been so much fun watching. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Drive safe. I appreciate you watching and following this. Hope you can catch us still when you get home. Thank you so much. Okay, so I made this like a base color here, and I want to do the highlight. So on the reference, we have this beautiful example where the light is falling, and you see how almost scraped off that part is. It looks very yellow, very whitish, yellowish gold color. So let's try to get it. I'm going to be using the same light direction and the same strength of the light, just so it's easier for us to transition from this sphere to this sphere. And I'm going to always fix it up by color picking the color like in between to make those transitions really soft for myself. Now, since this is a brass material, and let's say it's a bit older one, the sphere is not gonna be perfectly round. So I'm gonna use this brush that I kind of like to call just a random dabbly brush. I use it when I don't want to have perfect brush strokes. So I'm gonna be using that to get this lighter color here. And I'm doing, let me show you guys what I'm doing here. I'm doing this. So this is my this is my direction of the brush that I'm doing here. I wasn't for this big soft lights, I was doing just these brush strokes like that. But for this highlight here, I'm gonna be doing this so that we get sort of like a wobbly feeling, so the sphere is not so soft, so it has some sort of like gentle texture to it. Oh yes, you guys check out your in-game HP as well. So drink and eat. I don't know if you guys have food, but I can give you guys some pumpkins. Just gonna... Where's my button? It's not working, but yeah. Just gonna throw a bunch of pumpkins if somebody needs them. Share around for those who need. Munching time. So I'm just going to try to get this highlight going. I'm also going to be tapping like this, just making little tap taps, because let's imagine that this material was made by hammering it. So we are hammering it to get this beautiful sphere. So obviously it's not going to be super polished. It's going to have like the little dents to it. So I'm going to be tapping. with my brush to get the little texture to it. If it taps. And I'm gonna go lighter there towards that middle. Restorian. Yes, I speak Restorian. That's gonna get lighter. Gonna be using a little bit of that white on the lower opacity again, just tapping it very gently. And because this is like a metal, let's look at the chart that I removed. Let me bring it back. And it's not a super polished metal, so it's gonna be somewhere somewhere maybe around, no, that's even too reflective. Maybe like somewhere around here. So I do want to add that reflection to this material. I'm gonna add a gentle rim light on the corners of the sphere, just to make it like a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna add it to both sides. How does one get the starter color? So you think about what you're painting. Try to imagine that material as something that would be the first thing that comes to your mind. So when somebody tells you draw wood or draw a tree, how would you start your tree trunk? It would start with probably brown color, right? Because it's because the skin bark is brown. Or if somebody tells you draw a rose, you're gonna start drawing a rose with like red color or pink color. So it's the first color that comes to your mind when you think of that material. I usually go when I'm drawing metal, for example, and if it has rust on it, I'm gonna think how that metal looks like under that whole rust, and then I'll start adding rust on top of it. So that is our base color. Also, it's always good to have the base color a little bit darker from what you want, so you can easily add the highlights. Alright, we have like sort of a base sphere here. So I'm gonna look at our reference again here. If we look at the reference, like there's this part that has sort of bent to it, and we can see on the bent how it goes more towards this brown, brownish, reddish color. So we're gonna use that for our core shadow here. Again, we're gonna be dabbing onto it. So at this point, I'm gonna start asking myself, what is in our environment? Where am I drawing this material? If I'm drawing this in like a daylight scene outside, would I be surrounded with forest? Am I going to be surrounded with like grass? Is there any color that is going to be close to the object that I'm drawing? So, for example, if I'm drawing hazmat suit guy that has a piece of armor on it, let's say this diver guy, okay? And he is sitting in like a field of purple flowers, and it's so dense. There is like a million purple flowers in there. The metal parts, I'm gonna first think of them as this like most reflective metal. What would you see on it? Like if you were sitting in a field of like those green and purple colors, obviously this would like softly reflect that green color over there and like some purple flowers, right? Something like that. And there's probably gonna be some blue light coming from the sky, like that. This is how our mirror would look like in a sphere, right? But then you think about the wetness and the reflectiveness of the object that we're doing. So we're making a brass, for example, we're doing brass armor. That brass armor is gonna be somewhere around here. So those colors are not gonna be so detailed. So this is gonna be like that soft green, maybe just a little bit of purple, like that. And this is how we get the object to really be part of that space. We're gonna have some like maybe blue up here, and you can already tell that this is like something that is in that green area. There is one beautiful painting of like a knight laying in the grass field, and it has all these beautiful colors reflected on that armor. It's such a beautiful painting. Hello, Pup Hill. Pup Hill, you're late for class. So I'm just slowly building my core shadow here with some reds, some browns. You can mix it up. Just very softly going to add here and there some different colors to it. Because if we look at our brass reference, or whichever reference you guys are using, try to see what other colors can you see in it. I love painting brass because it has just so many different colors in it. It has very cool tones, it has very soft tones, and very warm tones, and I really like to play around with them. Sometimes even if you don't see them strongly and straight away, adding them just to exaggerate that shadow is also okay. Sometimes faking it a bit just for the purpose of bringing that color out is also really good. Again, I was tapping here, not doing like perfect strokes so I can get this textured, beaten look to this material. You were searching for a reference and ended up on a scientific paper about nuclear synthesis. Oh, fun. I'm gonna be using a little bit colder reflective light here for the fun. And I'm gonna use this orange and sort of go dark brownish orange shadow. Again, you don't have to do it out of first try. Give yourself some time, get the shape right. It's okay. My shadow is going to be most saturated and darkest the closest it is to this object. So I'm gonna be using like this brownish, also gonna use like a little bit of dark blue to it, a little bit of black and dark gray. Shadows are also colored, so shadows can be cold, shadows can be warm as well. It's really always fun to play with different colored shadows. How are you guys holding up? I hope I'm not too slow or too fast. Let me know. Hope it's okay so far. I'm so cooked. Oh, you're doing great. Thank you, Luna. Take your time. Needs more square brush. Hello, Creative. It's so lovely to see you. You guys can do this with square brush as well. You can do this with any brush actually, as long as you get the theory behind it. So you really don't have to make things perfect, like we said. It's more about understanding what we are looking at, what material is that you're painting, trying to understand the reflectiveness of it, trying to understand the texture of it. It doesn't have to be perfect. So, I'm gonna start, I'm gonna add just a little bit of that reflected light here. Just a tiny bit. Let's make it a bit like yellowish. And I'm gonna start adding that oxidized brass to it. I find myself very unsure how much I gotta darken the tone when I'm working both in shade and copper tone is darker than its rust. try to like close your eyes and try to imagine it in black and white. Try to translate the values of black and white into the color. So just like we had this sphere over here, if you look at it in like percentage, let's say this over here is 10%, or let's make it smaller. This over here is 5%. This is like 10%. This is already 20%. This is over here 40%. So try to think of it in this way. Try to think of it in percentage if it's gonna help you. When it comes to colored things like this, as you can see, I wasn't just using yellow, so I didn't just go into a darker color of yellow. I started adding like brown to it, blue to it, green to it, because it's the material that we are painting. But it is in value, when you look at the light, it is in value gonna be much darker than this one, because this over here is gonna be the same as this value over here, but we are just making it in color. I am struggling with the brushes. I really don't understand the soft brush at all. It doesn't work the way I'm expecting it to work. It's always best to go better with lower opacity and then building it up. So, like for example, let me put this here. So let me just color the background. So if you want to gradually build up the color, for example, purple, when you hold down your mouse and you start getting the color in, it's gonna create the value of opacity 0.08. But the moment you start building it on top again, like this, and holding your brush, it's gonna add those 0.08 onto it. And then if you do it again, it's gonna be stronger and stronger and stronger. The more time you lift up your hand, the stronger the color is gonna be, until you obviously get to the most saturated point. I like to use everything with like lower opacity, so I can just gradually build up that gradient like this. And the more you lift up your hand, obviously the more layers you're gonna be adding onto it. Like that. I can't see anything in my head, so that's why I use picture to look at. And that's completely okay. Like I said, we are completely okay with using the reference. I don't know in my head as well how like some kind of brass looks like. I am going to look up the reference like we have here, this this little shape thing, and I'm gonna be studying it. And that is the whole point of this. Like, we are going to ask ourselves questions like, what is the base color of this material? How does it look on the edges? How does it look when the light is shining onto it? How does it look in the shadow, like when we cut it? Those are the questions that you want to always ask yourself when you're doing anything, like when you're doing wood, when you're doing metal, when you're doing plastic. And of course, finding the right reference is a great way for you to step in the direction of like understanding what you are trying to paint. And eventually you're gonna draw that like wood pile 7 times, 700 times, 70 times, doesn't matter how much. But after some time, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, so this is how it looks like in the shadow, and I've done this before, and I know already which colors to use. Or, oh, I've painted this brass before, and I remember I used this color for it, and it all comes from practice. Watching something, copying something without thinking about it is often gonna lead you to insecurity about certain things. If you ask yourself questions and not expect yourself to be perfect right away, knowing things right away, you're gonna alleviate that pressure from yourself and leave more room for learning. Just like with anything in life, if you're looking at videos about running and you are starting to understand the principle of running, you're starting to understand what shoes you have to wear for running, how to hydrate, how to, I don't know, control your heartbeat, your breathing, and all of it. You understand it because you watched so many videos on it. But if you haven't tried running and you haven't put that theory in practice, then all of the videos that you watched are not gonna make you a runner. Just like watching a lot of art videos and a lot of tutorials, it's not gonna make you immediately an artist if you haven't actually put down the pen and started practicing. We had this discussion earlier on Happy's stream, and I've had this discussion with like my friend, for example, a lot. He wanted to learn about 3D, so he started watching all of these videos on 3D, and he was very organized. He bought a lot of tutorials. He made these Excel sheets and Word files. He categorized everything, every tutorial, every image. It was a massive homework. It was something insane. I've never seen anyone so dedicated on learning something. But all he did was watch videos and not implement the knowledge. He was writing down all the commands and all of the, options. But when he would enter the software after watching like 20 tutorials, he would look at the software and feel intimidated because he doesn't know how to implement that knowledge now. He knows about buttons and he knows how things work, but he doesn't know how to apply it. So what I told my friend is just start making something. Just start making that 3D model. And while you're making it, you're gonna start asking yourself questions. And that is what we need. Whatever we're doing, ask yourself questions. Where is this light coming from? How does this shape look like? Is this round? Does it have sharp edges? What do I have to do with this object for it to look this way? What is this texture gonna look like? Does it have like I don't know, like is it popping out a bit? Does it have shadows to it? And so on. So for example, I'm making this like oxidized part here, and what I'm thinking the entire time while adding this green color to it, I am still thinking about this sphere. This sphere is constantly in my head. I am constantly thinking about the shadows, about highlights, about reflective lights. My mind is constantly thinking about that recipe, and you are applying that recipe to whatever you're painting. So if you can see over here, I'm just gonna pull out these colors outside. So this is my color in like the brightest part of the sphere. This is my color that is in these half tones. This is my color that is in my core shadow. This here is the color that is in my reflected light. So I am constantly, like, whatever I'm adding, I am constantly thinking of those principles and the zones, like the zone where I'm in. Like right now, I'm in that core shadow zone, so I want to make it a little bit blue. I want to add a bit more darkness to it. So I really want to just dabble some colors into it, make it darker, but also fun. Like I don't want to just use that one green color. And if you look at the reference that we have over here, there's this hole in our reference, and you look at it, there's so many blue tones in it, and there's so many green, bright green tones outside, and these like almost teal colors as well. So I'm just gonna add a little specks of colors everywhere just to break it up a bit. I hope it makes sense. I'm just talking so much. I get very passionate about these things, so I can just talk for hours. I'm adding like a little like little lines as if it was scratched a bit. And we can add some imperfections, like little scratches, little lines. Oh, thank you guys. You're way too sweet. I appreciate you guys. In a room full of artists, I think we can all talk about this for hours. Oh, I'm so glad. Maybe I should add just a little bit more that brass. And then I'm gonna check out how are you guys doing. The rust should stand out from copper. The oxidized part happens the top layer. Not sure if I'm understanding that well, sorry. um, Alright, I'm just gonna break this material a little bit more up. Just adding more texture to it. We can move on to the next one. Gilly said, I wonder if my blank brain is what holds me back. Because you're using a reference that is not the same as what you are drawing. I have to have the same reference and try to copy it. Well, if it's easier for you, it's completely okay to do studies of the exact object. So, I often do studies of the exact object that I'm looking at. The reason why I'm doing a lesson this way, is I'm trying to make you guys ask questions about the things. So even if you were to do this exact object, so even if we did start again, I'm gonna try to do it super quickly. So even if we did start drawing this object, making the shape of it, again, I'm gonna ask myself, what is this object made of? It's made out of this like donut little shape. There's this square part over here, but it's not square. So I'm gonna ask myself, okay, is it a sphere? How does it look like? What is the perspective of it? I'm gonna start asking myself many questions. Again, like I didn't go straight away into that shape. I started building it from very simple things. What do I see first? This is what I see first when I look at that reference. So it's okay to give yourself time to build the object that you are studying and constantly asking yourself questions. The more questions you ask yourself, the easier it will be for you to understand it. And again, we're doing sketches. It's not like important for you to go straight away into drawing it like this. Like, this would be very difficult. See, I already kind of failed it. I already kind of failed the shape. It's okay for you to build it slowly. And then you're gonna look at it and think, okay, this is where it's gonna be the darkest, right? This is where it's gonna be the lightest. This shadow looks like it's darkest here in the middle, and then there's a little shadow over here. And then what is this object made out of? What color is the strongest one there? What is the color of that brass, you know? So even when you're studying something, ask yourself questions constantly. Don't just look at it and think, oh my gosh, I have to copy this exactly how it looks like, and I need to do it, you know, perfectly. It's gonna be really hard, and honestly, you're not gonna learn a lot from it, apart from it being an exact copy of what you're looking at. So understanding is always gonna, understanding something is gonna make you learn things more. Don't forget that the presumption that a question has an answer doesn't always hold true. You don't need to have an answer to everything, but asking the question is a first step. We are all curious beings. We ask ourselves questions our whole lives, and that's how we learn things. All right, I want to take a look at everybody. Pickles had to go. Yerba is doing an amazing sphere over here. Amazing job. Japanter slowly getting in the brass part, the oxidized part. Amazing job. MX, don't forget to save. Now who's nervous? Oh my gosh. Guys, don't feel nervous. We're all learning. Like, nobody has to be perfect. We're all slowly learning and doing it in our own way. I forget to say. I like the mixes here. The mixed colors. Take your time. Build it slowly. Oh my gosh, Key, that looks beautiful. Great job. Amazing, amazing ball over here. Don't forget to save, guys. Oh my gosh, this is insane. That's such a beautiful texture there. Gorgeous. Very, very pretty. Welshie, hello. It's okay, don't worry about it. It's gonna be a VOD and I'll also upload it to YouTube, so don't worry. We're glad to see you here. Puppet, absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. Zenitas, slowly making that beautiful texture there. Micro nailing it. Love the highlight. So good. Wes, beautiful texture, beautiful highlight. You got this. Make sure to follow the shape. In your face, making an orange. Let's go. That's so good. Glad you made it. Arlu. Arlu is doing amazing. I love the different love the different light. Love the little hair. Great job. Arlu's already implementing the material, which is really great. Oh, Mrs. in your face here, drawing an orange. Amazing job so far. Awesome. So glad your wife is here. Yay. We have Pokey over here. Great color choices. He is explaining to Jack. The color mixes, awesome. Great job. Luna, that's gorgeous. Very dreamy. I love it. That top, the top sphere turned out incredible. Everybody's doing amazing. My gosh, I'm so proud of everyone. That's so good. You're an amazing teacher. Thank you. I really hope that I'm not rushing and that I'm not overcomplicating things. You got this, Jack. You guys have any questions? As always, just feel free to ask. Type in chat. Ask in voice if you need to. Ask in here. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
basically saying.
I missed how you got the texture on the patina part. So I really just dabble. So I don't do like I don't do like just one stroke. I try to sort of build it up like this. I also just like dabble little dots to just get the different colors to it to get the variety and not to get it way too soft, if that makes any sense. And while I was doing this patina, I was constantly thinking of the zone where I'm painting it. So is it like a core shadow zone? Is it like a halftone zone? Is it a highlight? So depending on which zone I'm painting in, the colors are obviously going to be different. So this one is the most one in like highlight zone. This is in like midtones. This is in the core shadows, and this is in like the reflected area. Is it okay to do shadow first? Absolutely. Yeah. You can start from shadow and then go towards highlight, or like the other way around. I think I do very often start from shadow first and then go to the highlight, just because the highlight is something that should be least represented in the artwork. Because if you do a lot of highlights in your piece, then your piece is just not gonna stand out. So let me bring out a painting. Let's see. Which one? Alright, let's, for example, bring out this painting. So over here, most of my tones are very, I call them middle ground tones. So a lot of these tones are very in the middle value section. So they are, if we look at the chart of like going from the lightest to the darkest being black, and this being sort of in the middle. If we look at this gradient, we'll really try to make this gradient fast somehow. Alright, so if I look at this gradient of values, most of the values on this picture are gonna be sort of in this area. And then I'm gonna almost like make myself a budget. Like I'm gonna make myself a budget for the highlights and for the shadows. So I'm telling myself I have budget for the highlights only $10, and for this middle part I have $300, and for the shadows I have $10, and I can only spend it so much on the canvas. So I have a very small budget for those highlights, so I'm gonna use them where they make it count. So I'm gonna use them like on the brightest part of the metal. I'm gonna use them on the edges where the light is gonna pick it up. I'm gonna use it like on this little part over here where we have this little gemstone. I'm gonna maybe use the brighter color to highlight the hair and so on. And again, like over here, you can see the reflective light on this hair, where I made it a little bit more gray to make the hair really pick up that atmospheric color to it. Over here we have this sort of like blue, greenish, reflected colors on the metal. Over here we have this like very soft purple and blue that is reflected of this metal. So again, all of this and all of this is thinking about those spheres. It's always that sphere. Everything is that sphere. How do you decide how much budget each one gets? I always go with this. So I always go with this. If I would to put a lot of highlights on every part of this scales, if I would to put a lot of highlights everywhere on the dress, on every part of the metal, a lot of highlights on the hair, it's gonna look unnatural. So even in real life, when you look at the objects, when you look at that sphere, again, what is the budget for this sphere? Again, this is the smallest part of it. The biggest part is gonna be this middle value. And again, very small part is gonna be that core shadow. So it's the same with the paintings. You're gonna budget your paintings like you budget your sphere. You're gonna reserve this for those parts that really need to pop, for the parts that are gonna define how your material looks like or where your light is coming from. So I hope that makes makes any sense. Are those percentages or their flat values? I would just say like percentage of it being on the canvas. If you can make it like the white highest part even less, like 5%, it's perfect. It's gonna not look like everything is important on the canvas. You want everything to be contrasty? Well, again, it really depends on the style that you're going for. So, you can go with very flat style that is very contrasty with strong white values, strong black values. Again, it really depends from artist to artist. It doesn't have to be this way. This is just the way I use it, for example. I'm gonna try to find an example here. Maybe I can paste this in. This is from artist called Yunling Wang, and he is making these amazing thumbnails. So thumbnails are basically sketches that you make very small, that's why they're called thumbnails, to get the composition down and try to understand like the scenery that you're making. This is, for example, really amazing work, master work, if I may say. And this person is using how many values here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 values. Just using those 4 colors, this person is trying to create the scene. So when you look at it at first glance, of course, you don't see a lot of white and you don't see a lot of black, because they're really trying to keep things as much as they can in those middle, in the middle parts. Sorry I have to go, really enjoyed it. I will definitely join again. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you so much, Gilly. I hope you have a wonderful day. limitations are a good way to learn. Less is more, absolutely. I love doing thumbnails. They are also amazing practice. And the less values you work with, the more you force your brain to think about um, what is that value bringing out in the painting, what shape are you making, how distant something is, and so on. But I don't want to confuse you guys. I don't want to go too much into it because we're doing the material studies now, but I just wanted to show like why it's important to not go super overboard with highlights when you're doing something. Again, it really depends on what you're doing. For example, if this one has a lot of white highlights and it's because the material is very reflective like that, it's very metallic, it's like it's gonna have a lot of these peaks. It really depends, again, what material you're doing. But this is just a very specific example. If you look at this here, again, you're gonna have the brightest parts represented in smallest parts of it. So, yeah. These are amazing. Thank you, Miss Pix. We're doing an art class on material study. Everyone's doing so well. I'm gonna give everyone just a minute or two to finish it up. And we are already 2 hours and 30 minutes into the class. And for those who have to go or have to finish it, it's okay. Let me know and feel free to go if you have to. But if you have time, you can stay and we can do 2 more materials together. Or you can choose any material that you like and try to do it yourself. Maybe you want to try out like doing something else, like one of these things. Let me bring out those previous slides that I had. Maybe it will inspire someone. Or you can continue doing the same one that I'm doing. I think everybody liked this one, so I'm gonna bring it out. I think everybody liked this ice cream here. It's so satisfying. Is there a link to thumbnails you showed earlier? Yes, I can show you guys this entire album, actually. So this should be the entire album of all of the slides, all of these things, and then at the bottom I put 3 materials that we could study. So the next one is gonna be this like burnt wood. So I think I could actually just turn on some very light lo-fi or something in the back. So it's a little bit less quiet. Oh, the thumbnails, sorry. Yeah. Let me just bring them out from my history. Yes, here are the thumbnails. I hope this is not gonna start loud. Let me just lower it down. Music. Do you guys hear the music? Is this okay? Would you prefer to paint in silence, or would you prefer like a very soft lo-fi in the back? Let's paint a green man rapping. Okay, is this too loud or is it just okay? It's just right? Okay. Well, let's just relax and paint some wood. Alright, so we are painting sort of like a charred, a little bit. I would say that this wood maybe had a lot of humidity as well. Like, it looks like it soaked up some water in it over time. Maybe it was burnt a little bit. I see the black on these corners. I see some like holes from maybe termites that was eating the wood. It looks moldy, that's right. It looks like it has seen some stuff. It looks very old. So that's the first thing that I'm gonna be thinking about when I pick this up. What am I looking at, right? I'm not just looking at piece of wood. I'm looking at piece of wood that had all these things in the past about it. So again, I have my reference, and then I have this cube over here, which looks way different than the reference does. So we're gonna try to use the logic of that wood and try to implement it into this cube. I want to make it a bit more interesting, so I want to have this upper part sort of like those, what are they called? Wood ages? I don't know how to translate that, but yeah, like the ages of the wood. We can put them above over here, and then on the side we can have this wood sort of going like this. Wood rings, 3 rings. I see. The light could be coming from over here. So the lightest part is gonna be the top part. Then the medium light is gonna be this side, and then this is gonna be the darkest part. Do you think termites that ate it died an agonizing death because they won't be eating burnt wood, so it got burnt after it got eaten? Oh, I wonder. I think if it had some like charcoal to it, I feel like it was very nutritious for them. Alright, I'm gonna be thinking about my base color here. I'm just gonna cover everything with the base color. I'm gonna go with this sort of like darker brown. I'm also using a little bit more opacity here, like less opacity so I can see my lines from the cube. But I am not lifting my hand, otherwise I'm just gonna be losing this color. I want to try to, as much as I can, cover this object in the same tone. Again, you guys, if you want to try out and do different material, feel free to. And try to ask yourself questions. This is gonna be a bit different, of course, because we're doing a cube rather than a sphere. But I really want to see how you guys are gonna move that knowledge to a different shaped object. Is it egg hunting again? Yes. So we see that this wood is sort of like a little bit bent. It's not perfectly sharp. So that's what I'm gonna do with my cube here. I'm not gonna have sharp edges. I'm gonna soften them up. And I'm gonna be a little bit faster with this one. But I'm gonna try to explain as much of the thought process that goes behind it. And hopefully it will inspire all of you to do the same. So I'm gonna have this top part lighter than the rest of them because the light is sort of coming up over there. So how is this wood gonna look like? Let's think about it. If this is our base color over here, right? If we are thinking of it as a sphere, let's again think of it as a sphere. Our lightest part is gonna be somewhere over here. How is that lightest part gonna look like? Our wood is not very reflective, right? Because it's very old, so it's not gonna have that white highlight. It's not gonna have this. Because it's not a new wood. It doesn't have any like wax on it. So it's gonna look a little bit more dull, like this. And then this is gonna be sort of like our core shadow. And then reflection is gonna be a little bit more gray like that. And then we're gonna have some like burnt parts to it. And this is just a sketch for us, just like a little guideline. And then we have these little dots. That's our sphere. This is our sketch. So our top part here is gonna be our lightest part because the sun is sort of coming from up. Doesn't have to be perfect. I actually prefer painting messy sometimes. It brings out some unexpected colors or textures to it. You guys can probably hear the road. Sometimes I have these bikers driving around and they're so loud, it's insane. I think my mic picks it up. Right, that's gonna be like our top. Side is gonna have this like brownish, reddish color to it. And then the darker part. How do you zoom in on specific part? So if you hold shift and you hold your right click, you can pan your canvas and you can zoom in with your scroll and just pan it to the corner. So I want to soften up this edge over here. Doesn't have to be a perfect cube, doesn't have to be so sharp, but following the reference, let's make it like a little bit softer, like that. And let's start with the top part. So we have these very like imperfect wood rings. Like we set 3 rings or wood rings. Each tree has them very different, so they don't have to be perfect. They change and evolve over time depending how the tree bark is looking. And again, I would ask myself again, what kind of tree am I painting? The more questions you ask yourself, the better. I really like personally drawing birch trees because they are, for me, very visually like pretty with the white bark and like black details, and they always stand out so beautifully on the background. So I really like drawing birch trees. Willow trees are also fun. I think this is red pine, judging from the unburned color. Nice, thank you. It has a lot of red to it. So what I'm doing here, I am thinking of how it looks like under all of that burnt. These like darker browns are the shadows of those 3 lines. I'm also going to make one side of those 3 lines darker, because again, those are shadows. If our light is coming from this area, then these bent parts are gonna be darker on this side. If we think of this like a cross section of the 3 ring, this is how the cross section would look like, right? It goes like in. So this is gonna be shadow over here. The light is coming from this side. So this part of the, oops, this part is gonna have stronger shadows on these rings. And it's just gonna give us a little bit more dimension to the whole part. This is how we start making Minecraft textures? Yeah. Yeah. And then let's look at our reference again. It's sort of broken. Like the wood broke on some parts. So let's kind of break it in some parts, like here. I'm gonna use very, very dark color to sort of get that strong shadow over there. And this doesn't have to be a straight line because again it broke, sort of almost following these rings a bit. And let's break up that perfect line. Doesn't have to be perfect. We make it more natural this way. And as you guys can see, I'm using very low opacity here, and I constantly lift up my pen doing this so I can like have some lighter strokes, and then if I need to make them darker, I lift up my pen and sort of repeat it again like that. Hello Nina, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. Can't believe it's been 6 months. That's crazy. I'm gonna use the opportunity from this reference. Like, it has this part of the wood that almost like chipped off. I'm gonna try to do that here. Almost like it chipped off. And I'm gonna make this part stand out more by adding a more highlight to it, like that. And again, since it's, let's think of it in geometrical shape. So we're looking at it like that, right? Again, this part is gonna be the lightest. This part over here is gonna be the darkest. So let's do that. Let's add that shadow. Break everything you see in geometric shapes. It's gonna help you so much in your head. And it helps so much just by thinking, like, where's that highlight gonna be? Like that. Again, I'm gonna break it over here a bit more. And then let's add that texture to it. We can switch a little bit to that red. Add the variety. Color pick it. Mix it with brown. Don't be afraid to add some colors to it. If we look at our reference, there's a lot of orange, there's a lot of red. It's so important to just play around with color. Sometimes you just wanna... Was waiting for that bike to pass. Sometimes you really want to exaggerate the color on purpose. To get it to look more interesting. And I'm just adding a lot of that tree bark texture that we see on the side of our reference. Sort of rotated it in my head. Alright, I'm not gonna be adding the burnt parts yet. Just gonna be working on getting that texture down. Again, don't be afraid to break the edges. We are also not looking at only colors here. We're looking at the shape too. So we're looking at the edge of that wood. How does it look like? It looks round, right? It looks all jagged. It has seen its days. And we will allow ourselves to break this cube as well using the same logic. This makes me want to get my drawing gear out. Let's go, Pix. You can do this. Join us. So I'm gonna on purpose like push some of these parts out. Think of them as added geometric shapes. And you know what? I'm gonna imagine like there's some kind of blue, very soft, atmospheric light coming from it. Like maybe the surface is blue. Or maybe the sky is blue around it. So just gonna add like here and there a little bit of blue. The way I'm doing it is I added this blue color and very soft opacity and just like throwing it out there, and I color pick and sort of smudge it around. This blue is gonna help me color those shadows a little bit. The shadows don't have to always be, you know, going towards black. Shadows can be colored in so many different ways, and over here I want to color them in like a little bit of a blue color, blue tone. And again, it's not gonna be too much because the wood is not reflective like we realized earlier. It has just a little bit, a little bit of that reflection. Alright, really happy with how this looks like so far. We can easily see the middle, we can easily see the dark, and you can see the lightest part. Now I want to add that burnt part to it. So where is it most burnt? Is there event role on Discord? No, but that's a great idea. We'll have to add that actually. We'll have to add a role for people who want to be notified about the events. How do I know which canvas I can take in the class? Any that is empty. Empty doesn't have any spheres painted. So there's two up here. Oh, these ones are empty, but let me paste in 1 second. Can paste in this. Hello, Bunk. Alright, I'm adding more.
Oh my god.
I hope I didn't paint over somebody's. And another one here. Right, plenty of empty ones now. This has been eye-opening. I know not. No. I hope that it will inspire you to look further into it, and I hope it will help you out at least a little bit. Appreciate you so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Nothing can be admin's got.
Actually, let me add the shadow first before I add anything else to it. So the shadow is gonna be like somewhere like this. Maybe even like a little bit like that. If we are looking at light. Like, let's say for this side. Yeah. Can I add something? Of course, always. Play around, add moss to it, add magic glow to it, add water to it, just
I meant more like
be creative. Oh.
To the actual texture.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you notice the rings, and when we cut the wood like that, basically the end point of the rings is gonna be the verticals on the sides.
That is a great tip. Thank you. That's brilliant. See, that's a really good observation. You need to study things, look at things.
That was such a good tip. Thank you.
Absolutely is. Let me follow that tip. So our ring here is ending. That's good. We have this line over here. That ring is ending here. Gonna be continuing this line here. This one is gonna be here. It's perfect. This one is gonna be here. I have turned off all of my alert sounds because we're recording this for YouTube, so I kind of didn't want them to overlap. My audio split is not working well for some reason. Still trying to debug it. I haven't been able to split my channels for a while now, so just kind of turned them off for now.
I appreciate it.
Oh no, you're fine, you're good. Alright, so let's look at those burnt parts. The burnt parts are the ones that are like sort of mostly on the edges. So let's do that. Let's make these parts on the edges burnt the most. And I'm doing, again, very, very low opacity and a lot of this dabbing, a lot of tapping, lifting my pen up and down to get this almost like charcoal feeling. An art class on Rust, funny. That's all we do here. We all learn paint. So I'm doing this like bottom part here. Just tapping. Very, very slowly, gradually getting this black color. Because I don't want it to look like a shadow. I want it to look like it's coloring the wood. It's very hard. I'm gonna make this edge here very dark because it's like the strongest shadow. And this is what we were talking about, that 10% or like even less. Just reserve that color for the darkest parts. Because if I put like a lot of black over here, then this part over here wouldn't be standing out that much, right? I'm gonna add this shadow from the sphere. Even though they are not like from the same direction, but it's fine. And it's gonna be brown because it's picking up the color from the behind. Like so. This is almost like cardboard. Happy lessons on cardboard. We need cardboard studies. For those of you who don't know, the meme behind it is Happy once painted a cat in a cardboard. And don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful cat, it's an amazing painting. But the cardboard is just painted so well that it completely took, like, it took the whole attention, so we always joke around the cardboard. I really like how this wood, even though it's burnt, even though it's completely like dry, it's still, like we said, it has that like little moisture to it, just that little gray reflective light. So I'm gonna add this like bluish gray reflected light over here. Just a little bit, not too much. And it's okay if you go over that area where you wanted to make it darkest, you can just go back, fix it. Like that. Let's add a couple of those holes. I'm gonna add just a little bit highlight next to this hole here, because it sort of like lifted up the wood, and it's gonna help that hole look better. Or the other way around, or we can make it like a little bit darker area, as if it bent in, and then put a hole there. See how it makes like a big difference? Let's break that wood a bit more. Like it really chopped off this part here. Even like this. It's just missing that one part. And then add some shadow in it. Maybe this part is a bit like jagged and chopped off. And this part also doesn't have to be straight lines. The more you break it, the more natural it's gonna feel. Like so. Blown away by the Babylon art. Oh, thank you so much. With the Babylon build, you mean? I used a lot of our like external plugins. For example, Nature Market for the plants, and well, I think the custom wallpapers are the ones that actually did the whole thing. Because they really brought up the colored shipping container to the next level. Yeah, the custom wallpapers are everything. They really changed the entire atmosphere of things. Even like, look at this here, for example. These are the custom wallpapers that we did for this Egyptian wipe. So Nini Tsukino made them, and look how incredible this Adobe looks like with it. So the custom wallpapers are really something that always brings out things to the next level. Have to go. Thanks for the informative class. Thank you, Arlu. Let's check out Arlu's wood. This looks amazing. Square brush forever. Amazing job, Arlu. So good. So good. Everyone's doing so amazing. Oh my gosh, I love this. Love the box. Great job. I will check out everybody's once we finish this. So let me add like a little bit more color variety to this. So I'm just gonna here and there throw in some redness to the wood. And a little bit more orange. Just dropping it in there. And I want to make the top part a bit more burnt. Oh, that's okay. I can unlock it for you. You can also do unlocked sign, but I can also unlock it for you. Oh, where are they? Are you? We. He. Are you? Oh, Pyre's jumping here. Sorry. Which one? Is it this one? Unlock. There we go. I hope it's unlocked. I'm AFKing, taking a break, might return later. It's been fun. Also very challenging. Oh, I'm so glad. I should have maybe said that it's kind of more like intermediate level, I would say. Because this class sort of is already for people who know how to mix colors and how to color pick things. Thank you, that was so awesome. I'm so glad. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. This orange turned out amazing. I love the colored shadow and the highlights. And this is a really, really good start on the wood. Great job. And wife did beautiful. I love the style. I love how she has her own style and rendered it in her own way. And she implemented all of that knowledge from this sphere onto the things that she was doing here. I can see the core shadows, I can see the highlights, I can see the reflected light. Really great. It's crazy how good you guys are at painting in Rust. we wouldn't be here if there wasn't so much support from Facepunch side. Just how much they helped us improve the paint UI, and I am still blown away by just how much people are open to help us out, even though we are such a small community. But somebody just taking their free time to update the paint UI or fixing the bugs for us, it really means just so much, honestly. I'm very, very grateful that we are recognized as this like small community, but it's becoming more and more popular. More and more people hear about us and more people are joining, and I'm just very proud and happy that, you know, I can be part of this community. I'm trying to push through those quality of life changes. I'm going to keep nagging someone. Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you so much for pushing that change. When I was doing the mural with the color staying when you leave the canvas, that is such a life changer. Tell them we want 2 layers. No layers. No layers. But the line tool, oh my gosh, please, line tool. We really, really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you. I know you guys have your hands full. The jungle update is massive. I know that team is working really hard. I'm reading commits every single day. But thank you. Pixels. Yeah, maybe Excel sign needs a little bit more pixels. Just a little bit more. "90 degrees rotate canvas." That is one of the things that we definitely want. We have been working on plugin, but something broke in our plugin. It was working, and then something broke, and now we have to fix it again. But it would be amazing, obviously, if it was just native to Rust to rotate it. Yeah, so, you know how I was painting those murals on these, like, XXL signs? So the only way for us to currently place it is if we use, like, admin tools and we hug the wall, and then we sort of, like, come over here and we rotate it like that. That's the only way for us to rotate it. But if you hold the button, just, like, press R to rotate it, that would be amazing, because like, more and more people are starting to paint on these rotated XXL signs, because they are just really big and impressive, and I mean yeah, just like you press R, like you're rotating a rug, for example, and you rotate the canvas as well. That would be amazing. Mrs. In Your Face says she's inspired by you, as are so many people. Thank you. If she takes a look at the main gallery, she's gonna see so many incredible artists in there, and I really hope that she's gonna be inspired to join us and paint something in the gallery. I really, really appreciate you too for coming in the stream. Alright, let me clean up around this cube. Let me just add something cute to it. People just tuning in would be so confused by a random block of wood. True. Earth noodle. Just a little baby. Like that. Let's check out everybody's work so far. Everybody's working on a brass sphere. Also, don't forget to save, guys. Happy has a little dirt noodle. Just a little dirt noodle coming out of that wood. Looks amazing. Great job. Again, thank you so much for that tip. That was a brilliant tip. Sage is working on the cube, looking amazing. Looking great. I love the 3 tones. They are popping out really nice. Payu working on the burnt wood here, looking amazing. Do you have any tips for drawing hands? Oh my gosh, hands are my arch nemesis. But I've heard that Odo is gonna be doing maybe an art class on hands. Oh my gosh, Schwartz, that's beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. That core shadow is gorgeous. The texture is so beautiful. Amazing. Amazing. Here's a tip you don't. Odo is gonna be doing it. Let's go, orange. Oh, that looks so pretty. Such beautiful colors. Amazing. I love how Puppet is doing this box here. Really, really great study. The colors are gorgeous. Amazing. Then Zenitas here, absolutely nailing it. Look at these colors. Look at these textures. It looks stunning. Like, look, if you look at it from afar, it looks like a photo. So good. So good. And Micro finished his sphere over here. Looking insane. Amazing.
Good woodwork.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. This is looking so beautiful. It's very like fantasy-like even. That's gorgeous. Mossy Viney? Yeah, that's so cool. I love the little shadow that it has over here and makes it just like pop out. Really good. Obviously, guys did so well and Mrs. did so well. So proud of everyone. Am I missing anyone? Oh, upstairs, upstairs. Oh my goodness, that's so pretty. Oh, that's so pretty. Luna, that's beautiful. I love it.
Hello.
Great job, Luna.
Amazing. So pretty.
Captain.
He is helping out Jack, and Jack is making amazing progress. I love how he made the cube in his own style. So good. Look at that perfect sphere. And the little dirt noodle. Love it. This is so good. Amazing job, Jack. Amazing. Baguette just joined us. Be right back, food. This is such a beautiful tone of the sphere. I look forward to seeing how this is gonna turn out. Red cabbage vines, Luna. True. It's so good. I wanna eat it. It looks like a cake. Powie is working on his sphere. Let's go, Powie. It looks really good so far. Keep it up. Oh, I love this. A little Lego. That's cute. And I love this like a waterfall through the stone. That's awesome. All my art is edible. I know. It looks so good. I just want to eat it. You always have these colors that are just out of this world. So good. I hope I'm not missing out on anyone. I wonder what Schnitzel is doing. Oh, there. That's why he's asking about hands. Oh my god, I know nothing about hands. My hands always look like just a bunch of sausages, to be honest. Hello, Da Vinci. Everyone is doing such an incredible job. Just look at this. I'm actually mind blown. I'm gonna be honest. I thought that like 3 people would show up. This is so good. And again, like, it doesn't matter how real something looks like, as long as you understand what you're painting, as long as you do it in your own way. Those questions that you're asking yourself, they don't matter, like, in a way that they have to have the same answer that somebody else would have. You are asking them for yourself, and the way you understand things is you understand them in your own way. Oh, who's going to sleep? Poki's going to sleep. Have a good night. Has to be super real. No. Alright. Since we are at 3 hours and 30 minutes, I'm gonna start working on the fourth one. You guys don't have to follow exactly in the same, like, speed, but if you want, you can switch to the fourth one, or you can take your time and do the wood, or whatever material you chose for yourself. Just take some time, don't rush it. But I'm gonna start working on the fourth one, and the fourth one that I chose is actually like rust hazmat suit material. So this is our most complex one, but we're gonna be asking those same questions. Yes, this hazmat suit. But before I start, don't forget to stretch, drink water, take a break if you need to, hydrate, get some snackies if you're hungry. I'm gonna go take 1 minute break and I'll be back. I'm back. Anyone have a gingerbread outfit? Oh, I have. I can... yeah. Wake up. Alright, so the third one that I'm gonna be doing, but you guys can do any material that you want, it's gonna be this like hazmat, tarp, plastic kind of material. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? I know. What about if we do the top part red, this part yellow, and then this part blue, and we use that tape either here in between, yeah, here in between, like it's taped. Ooh, we can even make it like this red is sort of like like you put it on top. My go-to when I start some new artwork is sit around and procrastinate for 3 hours, so you could try that. That was me today, the entire day. Not gonna lie, I was so nervous about this art class that I sort of like the moment I would get overwhelmed by thinking about it, I would just go to bed and take a nap. But I did have a headache all day and I have a light fever, but it's fine. But that is definitely me when I really don't want to do something or when I'm afraid of something. I just like go take a nap for everything. Happy birthday to the whole Art of Rust. Oh yes, let's go. Happy birthday to Art of Rust. Oh, you were streaming in your face. Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate you again coming in, stopping by, and doing the art class with everyone. You guys have done an amazing job. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I was just hoping my voice wouldn't sound weird while I'm explaining things, so I really appreciate you. I'm not gonna start with the craziest yellow color. I'm sort of gonna start with this a little bit more muted, and then we're gonna use those stronger yellows for the highlight. It's so awesome, your voice is calming. Oh, thank you. I really hoped it wouldn't sound broken. That's what warm water and honey always helps out. This is gonna be our second material here. Painting a little happy Hazzy block. Yes, little happy Hazzy. We could even like add like little eyes, a smiley face. Oh my gosh, yes, that's so cute. Little Minecraft Hazzy. Now we're just going to Happy Hazzy here, waiting to grab us. on the side of the road. The little happy Hazzy. Imagine having like a Hazzy building block. Like a roof made out of this material and walls made out of this material. Would be so cool. Almost like those quarantine walls. I wonder what would that be. Like maybe even for metal. Because imagine if you make it like a skin, like a building skin. So the walls could be made out of metal sheets, right? And then they have these like little, what are they called? Like pipes, right? So it is a metal wall, but then you have these tarp things on in the back, and they maybe have like a little tape over it, maybe even like caution sign. Just throwing it out there. I feel like it would be best for metal because like it has all of these like metal little plates and stuff. It would be really cool to have something like that. Just very like it can be even very rusty. Some of these parts could be, you know, like torn apart, things like that. And now we rate them. I was watching Shadowfrax's video earlier, and he was talking about how there are so many stone skins and what would be the high quality metal skin. I really wonder what it could be. I keep thinking about it. Some kind of like reinforced concrete, like super reinforced. You've got a few ideas? Ooh, exciting. So I'm thinking, what should we do with this tarp? We can add some... Alright, let's dissect it. Let's think about it. So the tarp usually looks like it has little squares to it. Like this, right? But we can also make it very wrinkly. Not too much. Couple of wrinkles, maybe a few big wrinkles, like it has tension here somewhere, just to make it more interesting. And then we'll put like a tape here in the middle, the gray tape. Maybe like this. Too perfect. It's to be like crazy like that. And then the yellow part could also have like wrinkles from the corner like that. Could also have some wrinkles like that. And then the red part is gonna be this torn fabric on top. And I'm gonna allow myself to go over these corners so we really get that feeling that it's sort of going like on top.
Very good.
Stainless steel to blind your enemies? Something like Da Vinci did? Alright, so while I'm painting this top part, I am asking myself, where is the light coming from? So let's say the top part is the lightest. So obviously the color is gonna be much more saturated up here rather than on the sides here. Because we are still thinking about this as a cube, regardless of this like soft shape on the top. I'm also thinking about the reflection of the material and the chart. Let's go back to the chart again. We know that tarp is definitely not a metal. It's like this plastic. So it's not gonna go towards this side, right? It's gonna be staying in this like bottom part. But it has like a certain wetness to it. It has some sort of like reflectivity to it, not like it towards the mirror, just how wet the object is. So I would say it's somewhere around here. So we are going to have some like strong highlights to it.
Jade pearl, you did. That looks so nice.
And again, I don't mind going over those lines a bit. We can always fix it up later. So I want to make it a bit like I want to change it up a bit so it's not just a flat surface. So I want to make some vents over here, like so. And again, if we look at this material, it's not gonna bend like silk. It's gonna have like almost these sharp, sharp bends to it. Is it just me, or is your body hovering near me? I'm standing here, but I think there could be some sort of desync. Has been happening a lot for me this wipe, where I'm just desynced kinda. Or other players become desynced. Like it shows you somewhere where you're not.
Pixel, follow me. Pixel, follow me.
I blame had
You're
just
gonna follow
smoke
me, Pixel.
grenades. Monstera hacking? Oh no, caught on
You
stream.
can actually climb up it. Look at this, Pixel. Where are you? Pixel! Look at here. Hang on a minute, hang on. See it? Where's your, what's this? Is this one as well? Brother. He's found his brother, he's found his family.
I can hear Jack.
First
Yeah,
any-
Jack joined us.
I literally just learned how to do the colour thing. Okay. Actually, I probably did. I don't.
You both did earth noodles. Yay!
Gotta hide now. Oh, hello.
Not gonna go too much into details.
Are we
We're
gonna be drawing another cube?
gonna be bring that back. Oh, is there another egg hunt? Oops. This is 2-in-1 fabric folds and material. I'm not the greatest at like doing fabric folds or explaining them, but I since I'm a 3D artist, I do a lot of work in Marvelous Designer, and there's this really cool chart that I'm gonna show you guys. I hope I'm gonna find it. Oh, there it is. It's so good because I mean you can still apply it to like anything, but it's showing like the thickness of material and how it bends. So obviously you're gonna see cotton there and like fleece and muslin and silk and the way it folds and the way it falls. Like some materials have these sharp corners, some have these very soft corners. So I think it's just a really great reference. I always have it in my head whenever I'm drawing any kind of material. And you can use it in 2D, of course, as well. I think it's just a really great example of things. I tried this in Blender a while ago. Oh, like a cloth simulation. Oh yeah, it's so much calculation, it's insane. You can do unlock sign. If it doesn't work, I will unlock. Yay, it works. So I'm sort of giving more highlight to the peak part of this, of these wrinkles. To just really make them stand out. This is so crazy, it makes me want to take a nap. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm very happy when I hear like people join my stream and then fall asleep. I take that as a compliment. I'm really glad when people get to relax a bit. Especially after a long day. And I do that so often with like Lamp's stream or B's stream. I join their stream and I get so relaxed and just zone into it, and I almost always fall asleep. It's like if I know that they're gonna be streaming, I know I'm gonna be taking a nap. They just, I don't know, I just feel really good watching their stream and it just relaxes me. Forget about stress. I'm gonna add some dirt to this. Like a little bit of brownish tones. Kind of break it up. It's not a perfectly clean tarp.
Yeah, that was with help from Kay or Keith.
Just adding some dirt in these like lower areas.
Very good.
Hello, Fiber.
Like the fit. Yeah, well, yeah, this is my everyday get up. Wait, I'm missing.
How
I'm
are you
actually missing.
doing today? We are doing art class on materials. Let me show you around. Currently we're working on the last one, which is like a little happy hazy block. And we have been doing some slides showing all of the materials.
Well, that can all
We were learning how to do
go
the
to a
sphere.
workbench.
Everybody very successfully conquered the sphere. Everybody's doing so amazing. And then we were doing some brass materials, some wood. Oh my gosh, Puppet is doing like a little cat house that's so adorable.
A workbench.
This looks amazing.
You can just do 4 skin and skin.
Hell yeah.
Schwartz.
Hello?
With amazing sphere over here. Key and Payu doing absolutely amazing. Oh my gosh, I love this idea of just breaking it around like this. Brilliant.
Type 4
Brilliant.
skin and you
Howie with the blue cube.
save
So
you.
beautiful. And look at this birch material here. Insane. Jack. Learning how to render. Amazing.
I'll do it. You have a look. Is there a workbench around it?
Luna making the most adorable little happy cube.
Hello.
So good.
Why does this person think he can't draw?
Everyone's doing so
Can't
amazing.
draw. Everyone can draw, power. Everyone. No scoop. Go on a canvas and well, can't go wrong here, mate.
One sec.
Among other artists.
Your body is standing next to me and clapping every time? Oh no. Odo, we expect you to do an art class on hands. No. Everyone's doing so well. Love different angles people came up with for these as well. Me too. Because like the whole point of this was not to directly copy things, but try to understand it in your own way. This is what we were prioritizing here over everything. Asking ourselves questions, and just doing things the way we understand it, because each person understands things differently, and I think it's important for people to develop their own way of studying things, their own way of understanding things, rather than just kind of like copying without thinking, because over time it is what is gonna help you evolve the most. Just finding your own rhythm, finding your own pace of learning things and coping things and understanding things. So I'm very, very proud to see people approaching things in their own way, doing it in their own way. That's the best part of it. Rare candy for most Pokemon. I'm super proud of everyone. I did not expect so many people to show up, and definitely did not expect people still sticking here for 4 hours. That's insane. I said after the second sphere that they don't have to stick around, but I'm really glad that, you know, so many people decided to stay. Really amazing. Studying takes time. You really can't do it quickly. I'm just making like these little folds, trying to also follow the shape over here, and making it look like this on the side. And so obviously my kind of grid is gonna be following this fabric extension. Oh my gosh, so many so many duels. 3-0? No way, the King God is winning again? That is so rigged. Insane. Love that Hazzy block. Oh, it's so cute. It's a little happy Hazzy block. Add some highlight to it on the very edges here. Equal luck, Odo. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifted to In Your Face. In Your Face has brought his wife as well today to paint with us for the first time, and they have done such an amazing job. Let me quickly show you here. So this was In Your Face's canvas, done amazing, and this is Mrs. In Your Face, so good. Thank you so much for gifted to Oludio. Appreciate you. I have my stream element sound off because of the stream, because I'm gonna put this on YouTube, so I didn't want it to be on like ringing all the time if I'm explaining something. But really appreciate you guys, all of the gifted and everything. I notice it. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Okay, let's look at the tape. The tape looks very, very reflective. It's very shiny, so we're gonna be adding that shine to our tape here. Fiber has been bonked 299 times? Who's gonna be the 300? It's gonna be the 300. Fiverr, thank you so much for gifted to Bonk. There is a cooldown to that. Oh, there we go. Jake is 300. Congratulations. The encouragement. I'm sorry, but I love seeing those numbers. You will get equal hugs. I'm sure. You guys have to start hugging him now. You know, that was the cue. As the voice cue. Hydrate, thank you. Making these little folds here. Little highlights on the folds. Like the top part of the fold is gonna have the most light to it. Definitely not equal encouragement here. I call encouragementism. Hello, B. Good morning, B. I hope you slept well.
Now.
B, thank you so much. Fiverr, thank you so much for gifted to B. Appreciate you. It must be very early for you. Odo definitely contributed to the subs. Odo gave so many subs earlier. I didn't even count, but it feels like almost everyone who joined for the art class, Odo gave them a sub, which is insane. Really, really grateful. Thank you, Odo. No ads. How were the ads, by the way, so far? I hope they were not too horrible. Hello, Rosa. You missed the art class? It's okay. We're gonna have this art class uploaded to YouTube. And there's gonna be VOD, so for anybody who was at work and wanted to join in, we're gonna have this full VOD on YouTube. Nova, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you guys. Alright, let's do this blue part here. I will return the face, don't worry. Just gonna currently paint this blue part. Face will be coming back. I'm getting very tired, me too. I'm really rushing, trying to finish this quickly. You guys are amazing for painting with me for 4.5 hours. I really, really appreciate you guys. Is it a slide of hazmat? Yes, this is a little happy hazmat block. What level emotes do you guys still need from the new train emotes? Oh, you know, I haven't even looked what are all of the new emotes. Do you have all of them? Have you already collected all of them? I think I need a break. I've been painting for 7 hours now. Oh my gosh, true. Happy you've been streaming and painting before this. Thank you so much for sticking for so long. Appreciate you. You've done amazing. Let me show everybody what you've done here. So good. I love the little like mossy texture here. The little dirt noodle and the brass turned out beautiful with all of the little reds and oranges and greens. Turned out great. Don't quite understand the fabric thing. I think we're gonna need Odo for that fabric class. But this turned out really, really good. It is a material study after all. And I think you've nailed it. Fabric on hand class? I mean, imagine putting like fabric over the hand and it like draping down, falling down. Would be awesome. Fiber, thank you so much for gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. We need a horse costume class. Oh, I think B would be amazing. She always paints those costumes incredibly. Odo, no way. Odo, thank you for another 5 gifted. That's insane. What are you guys doing right now? Thank you. You guys don't have to. I really appreciate you all. No ads. But Monstera, it's a horse. You can do it, B. It's not a donkey, it's a horse. The one that you painted, it was a horse 100%. We believe in you. I just want the level 3 emotes. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, when do the level 3 emotes drop? Do they actually drop at level 3 or do they drop higher? I don't know how that works. Do they count like for example, do they count like level tier 3 emotes, or is it just like a random default drop thing? I know that like for some emotes you need to reach super high on the hype train. Like there was some emote that required level 50 or something insane like that. If this was a race, it would be co-op one. Odo's on my team. Oh, you guys are so sweet. So Pinky, thank you so much for the bits. And Webbit, thank you for gifted to Key. Thank you guys for the support. I was so scared about this art class, but I've actually enjoyed it a lot, and I appreciate everyone for all of the encouraging words and for following these steps and, you know, for keeping up with me. Thank you guys. B. Horse costume class. We need a horse costume class from you. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. At my last energy here, but I really want to get this done. So I am looking at this blue part of the tarp, and it seems like it's almost a little bit more rough than the yellow one. So I'm not gonna put as many folds on it, but just those like natural wrinkles that it has from when you fold it, sort of. And I'm putting the most reflective light on the upper parts of that fold. So like if we have the fold, the most light would go up here and the shadow would go down. So that's what I'm currently doing. I'm gonna work a little bit more on this side of the tarp here, the top part. I hope we can get frog emoji. Is frog emoji part of that hype train rooster? Fiber, thank you for another 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, I need to learn how to split it. Because for some reason my channel split audio is not working. I just feel like I need to reconnect the entire OBS and everything. Restart it all over. Something's just not working there. I just turned them off, yeah. Didn't want a lot of sounds for people who are following the class. I'm gonna add the shadow under this tarp here so it really pops out. Like that. So even though this entire part of the cube is still in the shadow, this is something that we call ambient occlusion. It is the shadow that would be here because of just the ambient light, that omni light that we were talking in the beginning, the light that is like everywhere. This part would be in the shadow regardless. Right, let's add the cube shadow. Paparazzi. You just woke up? Oh, it's okay. If you ever wish to take a look at the art class, the VOD is gonna be available and it's gonna be uploaded to YouTube later. So many fancy words. we were learning about our cube anatomy earlier. So this is what we learned today. This is our whole principle of everything. The sphere. The sphere in everything. And everybody has conquered the sphere. Very proud of them. It's not easy to conquer the sphere. Nice. Does anyone have anything I can copy off? I forgot to do the assignment. Papel. Don't forget to do your homework. Papel has been sleeping at the back of the class. And the strongest shadow is gonna be the one closest to the object. Like so. I'm gonna make this part just a little bit more darker. Like that. And I wanna also make this tarp a little bit like stand out like that. Hype chest completed. What did you guys get? I got this bear. Pack it up. That's so cute. Oh, what did Noah get? No comment. That one's so cute. In their bag. Look at that one. That one's brilliant. What? That's so cool. How many is there? Like, how many new ones are there? Or wait, did you say 4 earlier? It usually shows like a hype chest pop out. Unless you're on mobile. I think you have to go, like if you go to your emotes, you have to go all the way down to your hype train section. And if you remember the ones you had before, I guess just look for the one, like a new one. Although I never know what I have and what I don't have, to be honest. Yeah, just guess. Let's add a little bit more dirt to this yellow part. Just gonna add it here from the bottom a bit. And in the corners. Just a little bit more variety to that yellow. And to the corners. Breaking those corners a bit softer like that. And there are a bunch of cuts to it, so I'm just gonna do these like really dark kind of cuts. But where the cuts are, we wanna lift up that hazy up, so you can add like a really highlighted corner around it, and it looks like the fabric is lifting up where the cut is. Really like helps with believability of it. It's one of those? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. So many. And for the end, of course, let's add the little hazy face. And again, I'm gonna make it look like a cut, so I'm gonna just bring out that blue around it a bit more. Hey, there we go. A little happy cube. And of course, don't forget the sign. M is always the one that I struggle the most with. There we go. Don't forget to save your signs. Oh, I didn't clean this. Here you go. Just slap some circles up there and call it a day. Alright. Let's check out what everybody has been doing. Gearbot has done an amazing sphere over here. Such a great job. Beautiful texture work. Japanther, almost didn't recognize him with this mask. Japanther is working on his brass sphere, and I really love how aged look it is. Really, like, you can see those like little hits with the hammer. Great job, and beautiful job with the sphere. And over here MX was working on her sphere. Really, really beautiful texture as well. Really hammered. And great, great sphere. Schnitzel has been working on his painting while we were doing the material studies. Just chilling, enjoying. Really great job. And then over here we have Happy. Happy's very tired. He has been streaming before this. Again, amazing job. This is super cute. Don't forget to save. You got this. You can finish it. All three of them look amazing. Great job. And then over here we have Sage. Sage is doing such a cute cube. I love this. That is such a good idea. Adorable. It's so cool. Also, great job with the wood. Turned out amazing. Great job with the brass. Really, really good. It's so cute. Over here we have Key. I love this almost like an hourglass. I feel like if you do like diagonal here, so you can get like an hourglass thing. Great job with the brass texture, like a really green, nicely textured brass and like pixel perfect sphere over here. Great job. Also great texture work over here. Beautiful reflection. And then Payu, absolutely just blowing my mind with this. This is turning out amazing. Really, really great work. Highlights are beautiful, texture is beautiful. There's that shadow and there's that reflection. So gorgeous. And the wood turned out incredible. Just that burnt parts and the little highlights and the texture, just the brush strokes. Absolutely beautiful. Great job. Great job. I'd put that in my whiskey. So good. Great job by you. Who's here over here? Pokey with adorable Lego cube and a really, really cool idea of like just getting outside the box. This is really cool waterfall with the stone and the orange and this like mossy green earth planet. Great job. Really, really nice. And then over here, I believe, I forgot who was here. Was Power here? Up here? But forgot who was painting here, but this is so adorable. Powie, that's right. Look at the little eyes. Look at the eyes. So good. And the cube turned out amazing. I love these very gentle highlights on the corner. So good. And then we have Baguette here, absolutely nailing this cube. It looks incredible. There are so many colors in here, from red to green to blue to gray. So good. Beautiful. And they joined us like midway, so really picked up that class very, very quickly. Oh, this is awesome. Not sure who is working on this one, but I love this. This is really cool. It's showing like it's showing that same recipe that we did for the, was this sage? It's showing the same recipe but did in a different style. It's still thinking about those lights and the shadows. Really, really good. And then we have Jack over here. Really amazing job. Jack, with the help of Key, managed to render these cubes. And this is the usual Jack style. So he's really coming out of the comfort zone and learning something that he usually doesn't do. And I think he really did a great job. Turned out amazing. It's really good to see like two styles from him over here. And the, oh my goodness! No, that's so cute! Oh my gosh, great job, Luna. That's, I really just want to eat the cube. It's so adorable. So cute. Great job. Really great job. I can't even explain how beautiful this sphere is. It looks like it's almost transparent. It's so like glowy and so magical. I really like how you did this in your own way and in your own style. So amazing. Great job. I really hope that you guys found something useful from these lessons, but judging just by looking at it, it feels like everybody picked up things very, very well. Just look at this shadow, just how beautiful this is. Great job. I love how everybody just approached in their own way. Over here, not sure who started working on this one. Also turned out so well. It like when you look from afar, how realistic it looks like. Great job. And then if we go down here, we have oh my gosh, look how beautiful. Schwartz is working on the wood piece. It's so beautiful. The colors, the texture. So many, like, look how many tones there is in just like one little area. Very beautiful. This sphere over here is like blowing my mind with this texture, almost like a moon. This beautiful marble look. Gorgeous. So gorgeous. And absolutely perfect sphere. Like, this rendering is, it's like Photoshop perfect. So good. Take your time. Don't feel rushed. This is looking amazing. And then we have Skewy here. Started working on the sphere. Turned out amazing. Keep it up. I hope you will do more materials, hopefully. Huino is just out of this world as well. These folds look so beautiful. And the orange turned out amazing, and the brass is stunning. The texture, the reflection, the amount of colors in it, the variety, shadow, everything. Beautiful. Very excited to see how the Hazy cube is gonna turn out. So good. And then we have Puppet here. Look at the little cat house. That is so cute. That is such a great idea. It's still like using the fabric material and the folds and the highlights of it, but turning it in like their own style and their own way. I love this. The texture on the top is beautiful, and just this little cute fold over here is so well made, and the little undershadow here, it really means so much when it makes things like pop out. That's so good. Arctic Hazy cat house? Yes, it's such a brilliant idea. And then this shadow here, beautiful, and the reflected light, so beautiful. Amazing job. So good. So good. And then we have Zenitas, who just finished the cube. That is so good. I love the sphere. The sphere turned out amazing, and the reflected light over here is very beautiful. The wood turned out really good with all of the variety in it. Like, again, look at it from afar. Look how you can read every single material. Like, you can clearly see that that is wood, that this is brass or some metal, that this is like plastic. Everybody did so good. And then Micro, which was insane surprise for me, but look how good Micro did. I love how this sphere turned out, the colors and everything. It's reminding me of one video game, but I'm really trying to think of it. Been trying to think of it for the past 1 hour. These colors really remind me of one video game. Turned out so good. Great job, Micro. And then down here, I forgot who was working on this one, but it turned out really beautiful with this reflected light. Great job on the sphere. You got this. You can do this. You can continue this. And Wes, with such a beautiful Hazy cube. Oh my gosh. And I love how there's like a little head and tiny, like this tiny thing here. That's such a good idea. Beautiful. Beautiful folds. Beautiful everything. That's adorable. And also this fantasy beautiful sphere. Turned out so good. Great job. Great job. Pixel perfect sphere as well. So good. So proud of all of you guys. And then in your face with the orange and the wood. Amazing job. Really turned out so well. And Arlu with his beautiful, beautiful, colorful sphere. And this is such a great example of how you can just play around with colors and the light. Gorgeous burnt wood. Really turned out so well. And this beautiful little orange guy. It gives me like a brass and a little bit of wooden feel. Amazing. That's so cute. And in your faces, wife. Also so good. I love the style. And I love how you can really tell that she's focusing on the fundamentals and the recipe and just letting her own like style flow over that. I really appreciate that. That's really good. I hope I didn't miss out on anyone. Pickles had to leave earlier, but the sphere is beautiful, and I know that she's gonna make something very amazing when she catches time. Great job, Pickles. Look at this little cutie. Who did this little cutie? That's adorable. Little baby. Amazing job, everyone. Is this Cizo? No, thank you guys. I am very grateful for this. My heart is full, my soul is full. I am like, my heart is beating so fast because I'm so excited about this, and I'm very proud of everyone. Everyone has done so amazing today. It's a really long class. We have been here for 5 hours. I'm very, very grateful for all of you guys. You've all done so amazing. GG's, guys. It was an amazing class, and whatever you guys want to learn next, let me know. If there's anything that you guys are interested in, I would love to do another art class, and maybe a bit shorter one, not this long, but I hope it was informative. Hours of gold. Thank you, guys. Well, with this, we are going to finish our art class. Again, appreciate all of you guys for sticking for so long. Great job for everybody who is participating and for everybody who was watching. I'm gonna send all of you guys to Lamp. And let's check out what crazy adventures Lamp is doing right now. Next class starting at low price of 99. The 99 scrap. Thank you guys so much. Alright, get some rest, everyone. Have a good night and enjoy Lamp's stream. Send her a lot of love from me. Have a good night.